UN Space Wolf Squadron. This is your Wolf Commander Wolf 10. I'm your werewolf. We are here to start this topic again on enjoying shows that you like. From the old to the obscure to the live action to the anime to even books that you even read. You can even bring that in as well. Things that you enjoy, period. That's why it says in the banner, enjoy watching what you love. Standing here with me are my wingmen. Let's start with the ever so lovely Leia Valor, Leia Plus Size.
Hello, everybody. This is Leia Plus Size, your lovely lady of valor, and I'm ready to have fun with you all today.
Standing next to her is the man, the myth, the FN, and the number with the 2525 Trooper FN 2525.
Hey, Space Cadets, Intergalactic Tyrants, and Mary Sues. Are you guys ready for today? I think I'm pumped. Let's go ahead and talk about these shows. Go ahead and start filling up the comments with all of your favorite heroes and favorite shows, and we'll try to get to all of them today.
Next to me, literally, is the man with great Wi-Fi in the basement, somewhere in the middle of nowhere. The schooner of the tuna, Schooner Tuna.
Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground that has excellent Wi-Fi. This is Schooner Tuna, and I am ready.
As always. So, I know you guys wanted to hear Wolf Commander's favorite shows that he used to watch when he was a tyke. And I would like to bring up shows that I also enjoy currently. So, usually I would start with Leia Plus Size and we rotate. But I figure I should start first since you guys didn't hear it last time. And I know I gave a little bit of preview of what we've been talking about last Thursday, I believe. You guys can correct me on that. But yeah, you know what? I think I should start first. Would you guys mind if I start first?
Go right ahead.
Go right ahead. Your
You're
show.
driving.
Go right ahead.
Of course, I'm driving. I'm the captain of the super dimensional fortress. Kidding.
Therefore, he asks. Okay.
Therefore, I ask politely. I am a gentleman and a compassionate being, right? I mean, I started a few bit of war crimes in my time, but hey, everybody got all okay, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody died. No, I'm kidding.
People died, but they died very, very quickly.
Yeah, make sure it's mercy.
Very, very fast, very, very quickly, very fast, and they're better off.
We can always write them back into the show. It's like Chewie didn't really die. It was just
Right. Let me welcome the chat before I begin. We have Melissa Harrison Sons 3.0. That is a new handle, or at least a new channel she erected in her time. She must have got on somebody's nerves to get her banned. She says, "See you guys at 3:30." She's already here. Obviously, I'm gonna say that for the sake of the future tense. She's already here. Since the comments been blowing up before we began, and I know you guys want to get on me about the lateness and stuff. No, it's not premature. It is actually intentional for everybody to get here on time, so y'all won't be asking what I miss. I'm doing you guys a good service here, guys. Come on, cut me some slack. I'm trying to get everybody here and get everybody ready so y'all can catch the beginning of these
He
stuff.
is doing the best he can here. Give him a break.
Brian Gilmar with his trademark, "Hey guys." Samuel, excuse me, let me say his name right. I want to say his name right because I respect everybody here. Everybody by saying their name right. Samuel Oleki says hello. And he says he follows that up with shows I enjoy, mostly old anime that just talk about anime all day. It shows that you enjoy, man.
Mm-hmm.
You can read that line two other ways, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, Brian Gilmar mentioned about Denji Sentai Maga Ranger. I think I know who that is. I think they're the backbone of Megaforce. Yep, she's already here. Victoria Fairball is here. We have Dominic Powell. Hey, Dominic Powell. Hey, what's up? Anyways, you think this will attract a lot of people, but we can keep going. I'm not Ishii. I don't wait for 23 people to show up. I'm kidding.
I'm like 23. I'm like big time.
Yeah, No, I try to be nice to try. I am nice to Ishii. He that's how he usually begins stream. He be waiting for at least like a group of people, and then he start talking.
Mm-mm.
Me, I'm not like that. I just ramble. That's why it's called Wolf Commander Rambles. I might as well retool it to UN Spacey Rambles now, since
You could.
we,
You could. I don't see why not.
I don't see why not either. But baby steps. We'll see how fair this channel grows, guys. Just to let you guys know, my subscriber base is building. I think I have 70, maybe 65 subscribers now.
Woohoo!
So I'm not really focusing on the numbers here. I'm just focused on what I'm enjoying, which is talking
Mm-hmm.
to you guys, talking to the chat. I gotta say this though. Now that we're on the precipice of May, do have to say something right now. I don't know what I'm gonna do on my birthday other than hang out with my wife, maybe go out to dinner, maybe go to a movie. But I was thinking about doing an early birthday stream, maybe an early birthday gaming stream. I don't know
Well,
how to set that up though.
the dinner with your wife sounds nice.
Oh, that's gonna be on my birthday, which is a Saturday.
Oh, okay. All
So
right. That
yeah,
sounds
that's what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna probably do an early birthday stream
Mm-hmm.
okay.
because it's on the 22nd. So
Okay.
uh
We'll try to
so
be
yeah,
there.
just a fair announcement too, guys. I know I'm stalling. I know I'm gonna begin, but just just to get the important stuff out of the way. Uh, my work has called me, not called me. My boss talked to me on Sunday about opening somewhere in this week, around Wednesday or Thursday. So two things might happen. If I
Mm-hmm.
work on Wednesday, I will not be attending Green Line Girls stream. She'll have to reschedule our rewatch of Last Order Final Fantasy VII, the anime movie that kind of give more information about Final Fantasy VII. Not necessarily really cover much ground in that front.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if it's a Thursday, our upcoming stream will our upcoming stream topic is deconstruction. That might get rescheduled on a Tuesday. So Schooner,
Excellent.
I'm hope. Truth be told, I'm hoping it's Thursday because I definitely want to attend the Final Fantasy Seven. Last Order Final
Yeah.
Fantasy Seven.
Well,
I
last
don't. I
week was
don't.
a good.
I don't
That's a
want
good
to.
ending.
My thing is, I don't want to cancel out on somebody that I agreed to join it. I'd rather it be me that cancel because it's my
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I hope it is a Thursday.
Okay.
So at least by then, if I do reschedule, it will be on
Mm-hmm.
a Tuesday, and we have Schooner with us talking about this rather than
Yeah.
just me, Lead Plus Size, and Trooper FN 2525. So that being said, fingers crossed, everybody. But I know how fate treats us sometimes. It's a cruel mistress. Anyways, what I want to begin with my list of and it's a list in my head, so that's gonna reach to the floor. Anyways, what I want to begin is like obscure shows. I want to start with the obscure shows that people probably never heard of, like Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad, which was
Oh my god. I
with,
remember that.
or Gridman, as it's known in Japan, which is not necessarily it's not necessarily Power Rangers esque
Mm-hmm.
or at least Ultraman esque. It's actually taking place within the computer world
Yep.
where he fights viruses, not kaiju monsters. Now they're styled like kaiju, but they're actually viruses. In the case of Superhuman Samurai Squad, Kilo Khan, the
Voiced by the ever so talented Tim Curry.
I was about to mention that, but yeah, he the main plot is that he sends quote unquote mega virus monsters to mess up a system, so to speak, and Sam, the main protagonist, goes into the computer to embody the Gridman in the in Japan, but he's called Servo in America,
Mm-hmm.
along with his bandmates and schoolmates. Tank, I remember, was it with Tanker?
All I remember is Sam. And then his 3 cohorts.
What was the girl's name again? When in doubt, Wiki. Sorry, guys. I should. I watched that show so many times. Their names should be etched into my brain. They say their names a lot.
Do you remember
But
the intro theme?
superhuman samurai.
Oh my gosh,
Cyrus One.
that's so far back.
I remember the lyrics. It goes, in a digital doorway, evildoers will appear. When trouble starts brewing, a superhero will appear.
Yep, Tanker.
Yeah.
His name was Tanker. I got that right. I just forgot the girl. The girl's name was Sydney or Sid. Amp.
Oh, Brian Gilmartin says Amp, Tanker, and Sid.
Yep. Thank you. Oh, hey, Eloise. Nice of you to join us. Start listening all the shows that you watched back then that you enjoyed. Oh goodness. Dominic Powell has a topic Oh yeah, you know what? We can talk about that. We can definitely talk about that. Where you see Kilo Khan, overlord of the digital world. Schooner is the only person in this panel that probably knows more about this. Were you familiar with? Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm asking the wrong person, Leia. This is probably way past your time, right? I take that as a yes.
Way past my time, huh?
I didn't mean that. I'm not suggesting anything by that line.
Goodness.
I mean your time around entertainment. Nothing to do about a woman's age. Nothing to do about a woman's age. Like put it like this. That would be like me saying any one of my nieces ask me, "Have you heard of Amphibia?" That's way past my time, sweetheart.
Well, now that you cleaned it up, I have to confess, it is. Since you put a little sugar on it.
I'm offended.
I'm offended. You assume my age. Did you assume my age?
You're ageist.
Did you just assume I a woman of my caliber, would not watch something like this?
You hit a mailbox.
Continue what you're saying,
No, that's cool. No, I heard of the show, but I did not watch the show. So you're right. I can't see. It sounds familiar. But I have to be honest. I did not watch the show.
Let's not forget that it was also on a time that you probably were working.
Yes,
it came around because it was. I hate that they throw this label on every show at that time. Saturday morning cartoon. These shows was popular during the weekdays too, mind you. But I guess they like to say that because that's usually the time where they actually do sit around and watch these shows. But in short, I wasn't gonna go into deep detail about Superhuman Samurai SWAT. I just want to say that was one show that was really digging. Me and my brother used to dig. One of my favorite forms of Serbo was when Tanker what was it called again? They got it. Arsenal. Drago program. When Drago merges with Servo, that was beast. But yeah, that's what's hold on. Elise has something that caught my eye, and I want to read real quick. She says, Wolfton, everyone, just finished watching a Tim Pool's video. Florida and Texas are going to be the social media free real estate. I need a bit more context there.
That's subjective. To be perfectly honest, as far as the bill that's being passed from Florida, it really has like no teeth to it. And as far as Texas go, I mean, anything done by executive order can be more or less reversed by the next incoming governor. So, I mean, it just depends on the type of governor that you have. But I mean, we all know that at least the Florida governor is a mouthpiece for 45. And we all know that the governor of Texas is more or less a shill. So it's hard to say. And I wouldn't put all my coins into Tim Pool because his brand is to kind of get you into listening to his content. Trust me, he makes a lot of money off his videos.
Yep.
So.
Yep. He's no different than people that try to scare you into things.
I don't know. I don't know so much a scare as much as that would be. Gosh,
that's another topic for another time.
Let's that would be more like it's not even really sensationalized.
We'll shave that for the back room.
Yeah,
we'll share that in the back room. Let's not derail this stream about Tim Pool. There's a lot to say about that guy. Just not here.
It's a shame that Superhuman Samurai didn't get a widespread audience. I think people were calling it knockoff Power Rangers. But
they called a lot of things knockoff Power Rangers, even Mask Rider, which is Kamen Rider Black.
But I liked the show for what it was.
Me too. I like the music. That was the one thing that actually drew me in, because I was a big into rock and metal back then. Still am today, but like, bruh, Power Rangers, Superhero Samurai Cyber Squad, freaking Let's Lucha Jordas. Anybody ever heard of Let's Lucha Jordas? Bruh. That was when we were kind of getting this influx of wrestling related material, specifically the luchador wrestler.
Mucha
lucha.
Yeah.
Mucha lucha. No, don't. Eloise, don't apologize. Do not apologize. Do not apologize. You are doing fine, girl. You're fine. You're okay.
With Superhuman Samurai and Power Rangers, I mean, the comparison was always there, but the reason people tend to compare more to Power Rangers than the other way around is because Saban already had a lot of money when it came into the picture as far as Saban production. So, I mean, there was a lot of advertising for this stuff, and it was easily equated to Voltron. And you got to remember, Power Rangers was there first. So
Tokusatsu Sentai.
Yeah, and here's the thing, it's like as far as money, I mean, I keep forgetting his Haim Saban just was always loaded. So I mean, it was very easy to more or less acquire more content for the US market. So I mean, we got oversaturated with Power Rangers, everything. I mean, we went from that to Neo, so on and so forth. I mean, it's still around.
So we are VR troopers. Dream go virtual reality. None of y'all gonna back me up.
Virtual reality.
Thank you.
Reality.
I'm like, bruh, I ain't the only one alone here, am I? 4 Green Turtles heard the news change, but messing up the lyrics.
Well, the funny thing is, it's like
I'm talking about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Next Mutation. I hate the new theme song that they have for it currently, and the one on Netflix still has that current theme song. I do not like that song. I always like the rap song because it was easy to remember. And that ended, na 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 ninja turtles, na 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 ninja turtles.
I still am more of the 2003 1980s.
But guess who's the parent company? Guess who's the parent company right now of Saban Entertainment? Wild guess, big wild guess.
Sony?
No, I wish. No, but that's who Haim Saban actually donated a lot to. No, I was gonna say from up till the present, it's been Disney company.
Right. Wait, I thought I thought he took them away from Disney.
No, it's still present. I haven't heard them actually parting ways. So
What?
yeah.
I thought he signed over to Nick. To Nick.
So if I'm still correct,
Unless there's a merger that happened
it's
that we didn't know of.
If memory serves, then technically that makes Kimberly a Disney princess.
Yep.
Would that make April
Well,
O'Neil a princess?
actually, you know what?
So then
She was a queen for a while.
So I mean, if we're gonna have if we're gonna have princess battles, you could technically have Kimberly versus Ray. Who would win?
We
Yeah,
don't
that's
know.
an idea for a TV show right there. If anything, just for a quick show.
Bruh.
It's like
Bro,
versus-
Ray would. I'm gonna tell you right now. Ray would lose against Power Ranger Slayer Kimberly. For those who don't know and need context, read Shattered Grid, or at least read the Shattered Grid with Lord Darkon, Dracon. Was it Dracon?
No, yeah, my friend, a pal of mine, Dogo Halabar, who sometimes comes in and out on here, was telling me about Shattered Grid, and holy smokes, it's amazing.
Yeah, you guys should check out the promo for it.
Video with
Jason David Frank.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Bruh, he did a good job doing his evil Green Ranger voice again. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, Dracon, Lord Dracon. Yeah, I haven't read it myself, but I kind of have an idea of who's what, and bruh, I'm gonna tell you right now. Again, I'm gonna tell you right now. Ray ain't got nothing on Power Ranger Slayer I keep saying Trini. Kimberly. You know who my childhood crush was?
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
Hey. She had them eyes, man. She had them eyes, them fiery fox eyes. It was the eyes, man. It was the eyes. Everybody said the body, but nah. For me, it was the eyes. She was easy on the eyes, man. Man, when she looked mad, I get scared. When she smiled, I'd be talking again.
I can just picture now the wolf as he's talking, and then Kimberly comes walking in. Then it just goes quiet. He just goes, "I da waga."
No, I ain't scared of Kimberly. I'm scared of Trini. I'm more afraid of Trini because Trini had them fox eyes, and when she glare at you, you know you did something wrong. Shame that Dewey Train had to lose her life so prematurely like that. That sucked.
But we will always remember her.
Always.
Hey, if it's a Disney brand, there's nothing that says that we can't get what was it, Kelly Marie Tran to play the the Yellow
There was
Ranger.
also there was also the Mega Man cartoon.
Oh my god,
that was on for a while.
I remember that intro.
Super fighting robot.
Mega
Man. Super fighting. This was back when most of the times when there was a show that didn't really have lyrics to the opening, they just said what the title was.
Yeah.
So when it came down to Mega Man, it's like wait, what do we know about Mega Man? Well, he fights robots. He's super. He's a fighting robot. Put that in. Super fighting robot. Mega Man.
Like with a lot of these cartoons, like whether we're talking about like early 90s or like early to late 80s, like I mean, granted, some had theme songs, some really didn't. It was just like and then that's it. And then went right into the episode. It's like, and here's the thing. I mean, granted, we think of them as successful cartoons, but a lot of these freaking cartoon brands got like maybe 1 or 2 seasons.
Yep.
And I mean, a good cartoon was considered to have at least 28 episodes. Like, yeah. So, and
I don't care if they were one season. Like, even though the story was not really all that good, I still was entertained.
Well, it was one of these things where it was more or less like syndicated on Saturdays. So, I mean, you were always looking.
Hang on, Schooner.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, you were always looking forward to Saturday morning cartoons. A lot of these cartoons were on reruns, but I mean, as a kid, you
Hmm.
don't care because you're just watching the cartoon. So, um,
What are you gonna
like,
say, Schooner?
yeah, what
Well,
were you gonna say,
like
Skinner?
there was no context, like you were saying about Mega Man. There was really no context to a lot of the episodes. You kept wondering what was it? Dr. Wiley? Was that it?
Yeah,
The
Yeah,
bad guy?
yeah, Dr.
Dr.
Wiley.
Light and Dr. Wiley.
Yeah, you kept wondering how did Dr. Wiley keep inventing all of these robots when Proto Man, Guts Man, Cut Man, and
Fro- s- there was Gutsman, Cutman, um, I think Electro Man or Elect
he,
Man.
he basically stole all of them from the other doctor. And how is he inventing all these other ones?
Well, he's still a brilliant scientist. All in all, it's just that he basically just had to. What he did was he wanted a robot army, so he's going to take what he needs to get that ball rolling.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So and of course it. I like to see it like this. Both Dr. Light and Dr. Wily represents two sides of the coin of scientists and inventors.
Mm-hmm.
One that builds a thing that benefits humanity, and one that retools it to destroy humanity. Dr. Wily always represent that opposite end, where Dr. Light created all the first robots, the first working robots, which is Gutsman, Cutman, all them stuff. They were meant to be
Yeah.
construction workers, construction
Yeah.
building robots, and he retooled them to be weapons of mass destruction.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas he could have gotten Rock, which that was Mega Man's original name, Rock, but he never attempted to. He only got Pro Man, which I forgot what Pro Man's name originally was before he became Proto Man. Which is interesting. Which is interesting because both Proto Man and Wily were voiced by the same guy,
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Scott McNeil. As he's one of my favorite actors because he plays about 50% of everybody in the good old days.
Well, even like, okay, so like this like
That's
cartoon
back when
series,
that's back when voice acting was kind of very limited.
yeah,
You
like
had the only
just for,
talent.
just for context for the chat, like this like game or this cartoon series literally like was released a year after Mega Man 6, and all of the bosses, if you will, that you saw in the series were from games 1 through 5. We never actually saw any of the actual Mega Man 6 like villains in the actual cartoon. So I mean I mean,
It's meant to promote the game.
yeah, it
Oh,
was there to promote the game. I mean, you would have already had all these
let
games
me
already in your collection. I mean, if you could get your parents to
let me
buy
hit
at least one
home.
cartridge. But
Let me hit home. Brian Gilmar's comment. He says, Proto Man was called Blues in Japan, though the U.S. games never used the name. Now, here's a significant thing. Mega Man's not called Rock because of the Rock, and Roll is not called Roll because she liked to roll. It's Rock Roll. In the case of Proto Man, I got a sneaking suspicion that blues mean the blues.
mhm,
I got the blues. I got the all that.
mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, I got to switch over to something because Leia plus size is she's dormant unless she's taking care of things on the side.
Well, of course
Which
she is.
No,
if you are, do
is.
you? I don't mean to drag you away from what you're doing.
She's got it. She's got to polish that vibranium shield. So
I mean, why would she after the victory she had on Age last Wednesday?
oh no,
Was it last Wednesday?
yes, it
last
was.
Wednesday.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm just a little more be accurate here now. That
Lord.
was a sick victory right there. Like everybody was still firmly against the Accords at the end of that rewatch. Age was the minority, apparently. Ironically.
I was never for the Accords. Even in consideration of Civil War, since we're talking about shows we like.
One thing I want to say was if I was there, I would have brought in my my experience with the event of Civil War being announced. I want to give you a preview of what was said, because I would said this. I was like,
Mhm.
I came in here at a time where I've already I was digging what the MCU was doing so far, and when they announced that they were doing Civil War, I gave a loud proclaim of, "Oh no!"
Well, my question was going to be is how are you going to get Peter Parker to side with Captain if you only really have one film? And of course, what we saw on screen obviously, differs from what's in the comic.
Right, right, right.
I don't have a problem with that because this is Earth 1999. It's not Earth 6 or Earth 2 or whatever. But
Hmm.
and they solved it real quickly by doing a prodigal son narrative subsequently with Iron Man.
Right, right,
But
right.
like my whole thing with the Accords is after reading some of Secret Wars, because they did another this is the only thing I really didn't like about Secret Wars in 2015. It's like
Hmm.
they were really trying to quote
Reinvent the
create
wheel, in
well,
where I'm
you could
standing.
call it reinvent the wheel, but I would call it as we're at a dead end. Let's freaking dust this off the grave and see if it'll stick this time. So yeah, so I'm like, okay, so I'm thinking of a lot of different superheroes are going to be on certain sides because from what I've already seen, certain heroes have, I would call them superhero upbringings.
Let me tell
That
you why I exclaimed that way.
uh-huh.
By, by the by, it's because at the time I was already done with the Civil War event, because
Yeah.
I was like already like in the first act of the event, right?
Mhm.
And the event is massive. It's
Mhm.
you don't it's not one comic.
Nope.
It's not one comic. It spans to everybody's perspective, from the Fantastic Four to
Yeah.
Spider-Man, which spanned at least like 5, maybe 10 comics, right? Each.
Mhm.
There's also the wedding of Black Panther and Storm, which also kind of, it was, I would like to call that a filler episode for
Mhm.
that event. Um, through Linkara, of all people, I've
Mhm.
learned that there's a lot of things that happen in Civil War that I did not like, and I was
Yeah.
dreading when they announced they were going to do Civil War. I was like, oh, that was a why would you do a movie about that failed event? And then
Well,
I
It
saw the trailer.
in a lot of areas and it failed in a lot of areas, but I thought that ending was just terrible.
I thought it was somehow going to be used as a tie-in to the Netflix. I don't want to call them properties because they're technically not properties. I mean, they belong to Marvel, but they brokered a deal to where, honestly, guys, for anyone that's in the chat, the deal that was brokered was more or less so they could be exclusive to Netflix. That's why you see Netflix Daredevil. I mean, and that's why you see Netflix follow title. That's a big thing with Netflix because they want to quote unquote produce original content, which is
Mhm.
why when now that we're talking about properties and stuff like this, the Expanse was not picked up by Netflix or subsequent other streaming services because it's not an original series. I mean, they want to label it
Mhm.
an original series so they can more or less control the streaming rights.
You want to talk
So,
about a show that hasn't been touched by the woke bug yet? Watch
well,
The Expanse.
that was
That's
my thing. I was like,
go.
how are these heroes going to tie into Civil War? Are they going to have their own Civil War? And I'm like, okay, that actually is pretty cool in the sense of there could be what you just finished saying
Now,
was like there's different perspectives on all this.
mhm.
That's awesome because
Now
now you
what I
can
was
have
going
an
to add,
event that pop off the screen, but we never got that.
as well, what I was going to add was when I finally saw the trailer, I was like, okay, I'm actually sold. This is actually going a different direction. It's not actually going to really do the stupid stuff that happened in the event.
Mhm.
And then Spider-Man popped up in the second trailer. I was like, oh no.
What? I love Kid Spidey. What are you talking
Hey,
about?
it won me over in the end, but I was like, bruh,
Well, that's what I give a lot of
bruh.
criticism.
I mean, that's
Look,
why I call him Kid Spidey. Everyone's Spider Kid. I'm like, no, it's Kid Spidey. Get over it.
no. This is why I said when I first saw Spider-Man appear in the trailer, I was like, oh wow, Tony just recruited a child soldier. Okay.
That's right. Just like Zordon.
That,
Um, that, that was, that's one thing I was going to bring to the table. about all that? Because I know Leia, are you familiar with the Civil War event?
Certainly am, and I was like you when it was announced. I was dreading it. I said
Mhm.
this in the rewatch. Wolf, you listened to it. I did bringing up that I was dreading this movie because, well,
Mm,
first of all, I know what happens at the very end of Civil War. So the
That
very,
was a
very
horrible
end,
ending.
the tragedy, yes, Scooney, the tragedy that took place. So that took me out of Marvel, by the way, after that tragedy was done.
and and when we
Mhm.
That
when you guys got to the crossbones, I would have brought up originally in the book because I'm pretty sure H probably don't either he's forgotten or he doesn't know, or of course Dan Herron, his comic book knowledge is and where its limits is, he's probably not aware that originally what triggered the Superhero Registration Act was one was a mutant that leveled a whole town,
Hmm.
which
Yeah.
specifically it was the mutant called Nitro, which his mutant ability was the fact that he's a nuclear explosion.
Hmm.
But
mhm.
yeah,
And
he was a
and not only that, it was that this group of like what C or D list heroes in a
yeah,
reality show were going after A list villains.
yeah, pretty
Right,
much.
right.
Well, I
So
mean,
they didn't
sorry.
know about that. That's why they were questioning about how Crossbones was taken out early in the films. Like if I was there,
Yeah,
I would add context. Like there's your answer right there.
because that was my big thing. I'm like, okay, so what catastrophic event is going to set things in motion? And I'm like, okay.
But we
And
can
I know
save
what we
this.
got. Like, I know what we got for
I
Civil
know,
War. And I'm like,
I know, but we could
mm,
say this for another topic if we ever
mhm.
do decide to do a Marvel Cinematic Universe marathon
Yeah,
stream,
yeah, yeah.
like
But
we
my,
did with the X-Men movies.
yeah,
Yeah.
so when they explained it away as quote unquote an international incident, I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. Bring in all the global entities, do what you got to do to write the story further. But
I'm gonna say
yeah,
this.
like that was my big thing too. That was my big thing too. I'm like, there is a big chaotic event that happens. It's not like, oh, I like I knew these are my powers, and it just kind of took out a whole building or side of a building. I mean, when we look at movies like Civil War, they look like great on film, and then when we sit like at the table like we are right now and we talk these things out,
Right.
you notice how in discussion it's like, okay, well, yeah, that makes sense, because I mean, contrasting with the comic universe, and that's I've tried to separate it as much as possible, because the more we talk about these things, especially with MCU, it's like you notice how they pull elements, obviously, to kind of fill in holes, but then obviously they use one of their existing characters. So I mean, I kind of like the fact they used Wanda, because I mean, I wanted an introduction of Scarlet Witch. I was ready to go down that road with Wanda, and subsequently now going down the road with WandaVision. I'm like, don't touch Wanda anymore. Leave her alone. She's one of my favorites. Just leave her alone. So
But I
Uh,
Well,
still believe that. Oh, go ahead, Leia. Plus,
let me get it back on topic real quick.
yeah, 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 yeah.
I know you want to say a lot about this
mhm.
topic, Leah Plus, but we're gonna shelve this one. We're gonna I don't mean to do this to you. We're
Sure.
gonna shelve this. Like this is a good we could talk about the MCU movies
Look, they
on
did
separate
Captain
stream.
Dirty. That's what happened. They did Captain
Yeah,
Dirty.
but
So
anyways,
Yes.
back to the whole phenomenon of the Power Rangers type show that were like
right.
popping up every Saturday every Saturday in the 90s.
Mhm.
Um, one Power Rangers show that stood out to me was Power Rangers Mystic Force, and I look back at that now. We used to deride it as Harry Potter with Power Rangers, right? I asked this question: why is Saban bringing a knight or wizard like Power Rangers show when we already had that uh years back? Mystic Knights of Tirnanog.
Oh my
ooh,
god!
wow, that's a
Do we really
blasphemy.
have to go?
Wow.
Yes, we can go there. Mystic Knights of Tirnanog.
There is
Mystic
nothing
Knights.
wrong. There's nothing wrong with Titanog, but it's like,
No,
okay, you're
no.
you're digging a little deep there. Like as
Air
far as
above me, fire within me, earth, water around me, earth beneath me, forest before me.
mm-mm.
Don't know what those elements tie into whatever, but hey, it got the job done for these nights. It got the job. Hey man, I was digging on Maeve though, the witch Maeve. I was digging her. I didn't care about the princess, but I guess that's only because I was attracted to older women anyways. Which you guys didn't hear that? No, I'm kidding.
Mm-mm.
No. But yeah, I was digging Maeve though. Maeve did it for me. What about you guys? What you guys thought about that show? Uh, asking
Okay.
Leia Ballard here. Have you heard of Mr. Nice to Turn the Knob? Leia.
She's been stunned to silence.
I would have been stunned in silence because, I mean, this show claims to be based off Celtic legends, and I'm like, no, loosely based. I'm like, you're just using names at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I take it the Leia Ballard's never heard of Mystic Knights of Tir na Nog, or maybe she's occupied somewhere. But that dead silence is scaring me. So
well, this was the Saban International production. I mean,
Right.
at that point, Saban was cashing in on the fact that they had good franchises, and they were just trying to duplicate them in various forms.
the dragon CGI, as we all know, was never that good. But them dragons look cool. I will say that. Pyre, Tyrone, they were a nice design. I actually drew those dragons actually when I was a kid. That's how much I love that show. Yeah. I'm sorry for you, Brian Gil Martin. So I'll give you the name of it, so you know where to find it.
You don't want to know. I'm telling you right
Shut
now.
up.
You
Shut
don't
up.
want to go that far back. You're
Shut
going to
up.
have your eyebrows singed.
Shut up. Shut it.
Let me
Let
put it
him-
this way. There's
Let
no
him figure that out
apostrophes in the
himself. He's a
title.
big boy.
There's no apostrophes in anywhere around T to Nog. So it's like
He must figure it out himself.
Exactly.
This is
Oh, I
a
like the way you pronounce it.
But
I love the way you pronounce it. Then
I'm
there was,
telling you, they say loosely, and when I mean loosely, it's just names at that point. I'm like,
Hang on, guys.
you look at some of this armor, and I'm like, oh my goodness! Like I remember some of this
Hang
stuff.
on, Trooper.
Yeah,
Leia, are you still with us? Type in the chat if there's anything wrong in the private chat, if need be. I think she's having technical difficulties.
Maybe. I mean, I had wind today, so I mean, she could be having wind also because I've had wind the last few days. So, but
Hey, we spelled the same. We're buddies. Anyways, I was gonna bring up also very obscure comedy shows, or at least not necessarily comedy shows, comedy cartoon shows like Eek the Cat
Oh my god, I remember Eek the Cat.
or Mad Jack the Pirate, Augie and the Cockroaches, The Secret Files of the Spy Dogs.
Oh wow, that's a blast from the past right there.
that's like way too far back, even for me.
I am not BSing when I say I'm a time capsule of shows that I remember in my childhood.
Mm-hmm.
Toxic Crusaders.
Man,
no, I was never into that. I was never into that.
Toxic Crusaders. Toxic Crusaders.
Victoria Fagbile. Okay, here's my thing, and this is why I'm dunking on Mystic Knights. It's like that's like me like taking something like Power Rangers, creating a whole new show that kind of maybe resembles it, but has nothing to do with what I'm actually trying to resemble. Like I cheapen the suits, I cheapen the storylines, I cheapen the camera shots, and mind you, like Power Rangers was already like recycled stuff that was already being shown in Japan, and recycled meaning stories were being put together off of already previously shot footage. Like this is like Saban International. Okay, let's put it together. Mystic Knight sounds great. Let's go for something else other than East Asian. Let's go for Scandinavian or Indo-European or let's go to another continent. Yeah, that sounds great. And then, of course, you put it on paper. It's like, yeah, it sounds great. And then you watch it. You're like, what is this?
Hey, I don't care what it was entertaining for me.
No.
But one thing that killed me was the fact that they pulled this whole twist near the
I will watch
the
Warriors
third
of
season?
Virtue before I watch Mystic Knights.
No, what killed me was the fact that it was later revealed that that Maeve was Ronan's mother, long lost mother, because she had the birthmark of the what was he called? The Famed Warrior.
I don't remember. It's been so long since
It's
I've
been
watched
so
that show.
long. Like
It's something with dragon.
A Dragon Warrior?
Not necessarily a dragon warrior. He had dragon in his name,
Oh, okay.
mhm.
but that was like the same coincidental revelation of him being the warrior when Pyre revealed to him who he was, what his real identity was, because they were waiting for a specific warrior, to aid the knights, right?
Mhm.
Mhm.
Noble, courageous, fire, dragon there, dragon's bed dagger.
I got it. The Chosen One.
I know he's a chosen Draganta.
No. I was going to say
Yeah.
that next, honest.
That was the whole. They were hoping to search for the warrior Draganta, right? But then Pyre, by burning the symbol of Draganta onto the ground, the grass. I mean, they
Mhm.
looked at the symbol and they looked at the symbol, or at least the birthmark on Rohan's arm, and that's where the wizard, I forgot his name too, Cathbat, says, "Rowan, you are Draganta," and there's like and they don't do nothing with it at
Yeah, that
all.
was a shame right there.
I'm like, bro, like me and my brother, when we heard him say that, we were like, bro, Rowan's Draganta.
Like, okay,
Did
for
nothing with it.
everyone in the
Nothing.
chat, you guys got to remember there was like this whole period of just shows upon shows that were trying to just show teams of something. If it wasn't like a team of
Mhm.
fake Celtic Knights, it was the Power Rangers, and I mean,
Ninja Turtles.
yeah,
Toxic
and it's
The
like,
Big
Crusaders.
Bad Beetleborg.
yeah,
Yep.
and then you had Mummies Alive, and I'm
Oh
like,
my goodness!
that's
No,
pretty,
Mummies Alive.
Don't get me started. I
that's
love
digging
Mummy.
deep. That's digging deep, and it's
Oh,
like,
she's wait, hang on. She's on mute, so she's probably
yeah.
occupied something. She probably had an important phone call. She probably had to she got caught with a important phone call. I mean,
Yeah.
speaking of, okay. Anyways, yeah. Mummy's alive. A little boy named Preston found a secret of this year that he was once a pharaoh and just ruled the world. Now a sorcerer named Scarab tried to get him day and night, but Preston has 4 guardians to prevent. Yeah, oof. Guys, if you ever go and practice rapping fast, practice really hard. It's not that easy. But I love that show.
Mhm.
With the strength of Ra. Had Cree Summer as Nefertiri.
Like,
I don't know. Bruh,
hmm.
is it me? But a lot of people found Nefertiri sexy. I'm like, bruh, she's a walking corpse.
You realize that's a corpse. I was just about to say that.
Hey,
I don't know, man. I would not be surprised if somebody come up to me and say, somehow Mummy's Alive made me into a necrophiliac.
well, that would
Wow.
that would fall under fringe queer theory, because I guess it could be some form of preference now. So
Apparently.
It's all, we can now psychologically evaluate somebody by their cartoons. What next?
that's right.
Psycho profile, yeah, psycho profiling.
And the crazy thing about this, okay, it was on for about 2 years. This
Hmm.
thing got and we're talking Mummies Alive. This thing literally got like more episodes than most cartoons get. Like most cartoons
Hmm.
literally get anywhere between maybe 22 to 24 episodes, sometimes even 28. I mean, this thing just had legs. And I didn't really like Mummies Alive. I mean, I watched it and it was something to watch, but it was
But you
like,
gotta think of also look at the products that were coming out at the time: Creepy Crawlers,
oh yeah, like
what was it, Doctor Dreadful Lab, or
Hmm.
Even Mighty Mac. I mean, we were
Mighty Max was
getting.
my stuff, though. I
No,
love
I love
Mighty Max.
Mighty Mac. Me
Where
too.
in the world is Carmen San Diego?
see
Yeah.
for me it was Montana Max, and it's like I never
Mhm.
got enough Montana Max. It's like
Everybody
I
loves
love
Montana.
money. That's what I want.
right.
It's
So
one
Montana Max
that's
had money, and Elmira was a pain.
yeah,
Mhm.
so that 90s.
Oh yeah, don't even get me started about the school shows that came out.
Oh
The,
goodness.
the shows that took place at school, like Tiny
Mm-hmm.
Toon Adventures, or in the case of Animaniacs, if they educate you on every state in the country,
Hmm.
or at least naming. Yeah, that's basically what Yakko was doing in that one part where he was naming all the states of America. Um, there was also Hysteria, which I got admire as Hysteria. I didn't really like that show that much because
Hmm.
I don't know why. I didn't dig into the egg babies. I didn't
No.
really. Those things creep me the heck out.
Mm-mm.
Um, I did give it a chance though in one episode. One of the characters had this one little game show called Ask Me If I Care.
Hmm.
I remember that one, but yeah. I wish I come to appreciate that show a bit more now because I just child me didn't understand. Adult me understood
Hmm.
at this point. It's like age tends to change your perspective on things. So yeah, there was that. Of course, Tales from the Crypt Keeper, the
Yeah.
animated series of Tales from the Crypt,
I
which
remember Tales from the Crypt. That was like the show no kid was allowed to watch, so had to sneak and watch.
Yeah.
not not
Yeah.
me. I was lucky, not me. My mom watched my mom and my grandma watched Tales from the Crypt around me, and my grandfather. I was kind of like I snoot you not, man. I tell you right now, I was that kid that they parked me in front of anything as long as they're watching with it, watching it with me. I
Well,
was
that was the other form of paranormal television, because I mean that was right around the period of the X-Files. Like if you weren't watching the X-Files, you were watching what, Friday the 13th, the series, or
Outer Limits.
yeah,
No,
the
no.
Outer Limits.
I did remember the Outer Limits had a revival, and so
Yeah,
did
they
hey
did. Yeah, they did.
hey. Let me address Victoria real quick. I was one of those kids that liked Ursula. I didn't care about Ariel. It's not to say that's not to say I was sad when she died. I was
I
glad she was
wasn't
dead.
I wasn't watching Disney films. I mean, a lot of that stuff just wasn't my thing. But
yeah,
then
man,
again,
I was like neck deep in all of the '90s cartoons. I loved growing up in the '90s because we were getting all of this stuff.
Yeah, just right, like left and right, and I'm hoping Lead Plus us can get back into it because I want to address one show too that I'm pretty sure she and I both know about. Uh, I know Brian Martin brought up Freakazoid. On the same token, there was Earthworm Jim and Road Rovers.
mhm.
I loved
Uh,
both of those.
um, they were a lineup that was announced too, and again, I'm still waiting. I'm still gonna wait on Leia to jump in so I can bring this up. But
Do you
guys probably
remember
know what I'm talking
What was it? Road Rovers. What was it? There was the werewolf episode.
about. Oh, that
I
was the first
remember.
episode. I think that was
Yeah,
the first episode, or at least the second episode that I thought was the first episode.
yeah.
Uh,
that was a funny one.
hang on, Sam probably got this one. I want to do this one. Ba-da-pa-ra. Moot. Newt. Knum. Vata. Neftis. Nekbet. Sorbek. Sekmet. Sakar. Seket. Rashfu. Wajat. Anubis. Anukas. Shit. I screwed up.
It happens.
That's basically playing with the big boys now by from Prince of Egypt. I messed up the build up. Actually, he's helping me out. Actually, so you think you have friends in high places with the power to put us on the run? Well, excuse us for these smiles on our faces. Sure, you guys seen the Prince of Egypt?
Mhm.
Now, that's a
No.
'90s gem. Well, of
Mm-mm.
course, you're not. You're not the one scoop. I'm about to get you guys. It's been quite a day, guys. We just brought it up, Dominic Powell. Dang it! That's the reason why. That's the reason why Sarah Proctor did playing with the big boys now.
Yep.
Messing with you, man. I'm messing with you. Of course, Brian Martin to saying, okay, brings up Beavis and Butthead. Yeah, Beavis and Butthead was like that one show I just watched late at night when there's nothing else to watch. I just catch on every once in a while.
That was what I loved about Beavis and Butthead. My mom said you're never allowed to watch it, but my dad loved Beavis and Butthead, so he would always
Yep.
watch it. And I never
Dads are
understood
indifferent.
I never understood what he found so funny about it until later in life when I heard what they meant, what they were meaning in that cartoon.
Yeah, same here. Well, I got my last out of the movie, mostly. Most of the movie. And I only wanted to watch that movie because I only watched like several episodes of Beavis and Butthead, and I was like, hey, I want to watch that movie too. Like that probably funny. And the only reason why I would ever laugh is whenever time Beavis get hit and he was like, ow.
I also loved I am Cornholio.
Mm-hmm. There's also what's another show? Speaking of Mighty Max, I gotta say, Mighty Max was bold for a '90s cartoon.
Yeah.
Very bold. Bruh.
Was this show? I mean, was this a kids show or was this a horror movie?
Bruh. It rivals Johnny Quest.
The new
At
Adventures
this-
of Johnny Quest.
Yeah, it did. That's another show I want to get into too. But sticking to Mighty Max real quick, bruh. My first exposure to Mighty Max was the Polly Pocket toys,
Oh my
which
god.
which is the boy version of Polly Pocket, basically.
Uh-huh.
And the first one they showed was the Skull one, which is where it had the Frankenstein, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing prepared me for what the show was really going to be about.
Wow.
I've seen so much stuff, and I'm pretty sure Schooner knows what I'm talking about.
Yep.
I've seen a little black boy melt into green goo. I've seen a dude get torn to pieces by a giant anthropomorphic snake.
Yep. Or what about
I've
the?
seen dudes get eaten up by a giant spider.
Well,
technically- I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I'm
Mighty
not
Max
done
was
yet.
the chosen one.
Let him freak first. Let him freak.
I'm not done yet. I said a war between human and ape broke out. And I say dudes get shot with arrows on screen.
Well, violence
From
on
Mighty
TV
Max.
was a thing. It was the thing during that time as to what we
I
were
know.
watching.
I know. But this is a kid looking at this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at this from an adult, right? Kid me was witnessing violence gold, even if it was censored. A dude put his hand through a slot and his hand came out the end, detached,
For
walking
me,
by itself.
it was literally like what it was Batman Beyond or the Batman series.
Yeah,
like,
Batman animated series.
Yeah. Or like I didn't get into that stuff. I just didn't. It just wasn't my thing. I'm like,
Trooper, why are you even on this stream?
The one episode that got me was Freako the Clown. I hated that clown.
What got me was the vampire fly.
Oh my god, yeah.
Remember the vampire fly? She was smoking hot, but when she took that tongue out, That creeped me. No, her eyes went bulgy red. She had fangs, and that tongue just flicking around like one of those them inflatable little sign things at the all machine parts, them inflatable things.
Yeah.
It was flipping around that like that.
Mm-mm.
I think what
You don't,
bothered me the
you don't
most.
even see. I'm sorry. You don't even see how she extract the blood from the victim. You see the.
Because I wasn't into that stuff.
I'm just saying.
Oh,
You have an
goodness.
idea, but you didn't see it. But you see that he's weakened. It's a mind, by the way. It was a
I was
mind.
into the cool stuff. I was into the cool stuff like Ink, as a villain. I mean, that to me was like that's
Mm-hmm.
pretty cool. Like
Yeah.
I was
She gave him mouth to mouth. Yeah, I remember that.
like
God,
Are
and
we
she went right into his mouth.
Are we talking about Batman Beyond?
Yep, we talking about that.
yes,
We
Oh,
talking about
are we
Mighty
just
yes.
Max. But
Well, yeah,
there
oh?
was one show. There was one show I want to bring up that coincided with Earthworm Jim,
I
Road
like
Rovers.
Batman. I'm sorry, I liked Batman Beyond. So it looks like you guys are talking about either your favorite episodes or the episodes that gave you
Nah, we were
disturbed you
talking
the
about
rest of your life.
we were talking about Mighty Max. We're talking about Mighty
no,
Max.
they went to Mighty Max,
Was
and
this very cool cartoon?
I was saying I was like knee deep into Disney because I was eating up DuckTales, I was eating up
Mm-hmm.
Tailspin, I was eating up
Oh
like
yeah.
I was eating up the big franchises. Like
But
as far as
what I was gonna bring up was I'm hoping that Leia Plus Eyes know about this show, Wayne Head.
Oh my God, Wayne Head!
Waynehead, I am sorry, I've never heard of that.
It was a cartoon that Damon Wayans, I think he either produced or came up with the idea or he written, but it was a
I know about
show.
I know about the show of his brothers, Wayne's
Yeah,
brothers, but
yeah.
Waynehead, I may have missed it. But continue.
I think it was either Damon Wayans that thought of it or Keenan Ivory that thought of it because he was the idea guy out of the group. Pretty much, you can pretty much tell about that. Like lot of stuff that we all like to praise Marlon and Sean, right?
Mhm.
No, I
But,
give
but
full credit to Keenan Ivory Wayne.
yeah, I really do believe it was Keenan Ivory that was like the idea guy out of all their projects, especially the Wayans brothers.
Yes, I agree.
I'm going to assume that Keenan Ivory thought up of Wayne Head.
I
Look,
still remember
like
that intro too. Wayne Head, Wayne Head.
the most fringe
body.
I got, the most fringe I got at all was like
Mhm.
maybe Captain Planet
Oh
or like maybe SWAT Cats, and that was it.
yeah, SWAT
That
Cats,
was
definitely
that
SWAT
was
Cats.
that was as fringe as I got. Everything else was like more mainstream. Like
Too mainstream for you, you hipster. Leia, I'm gonna post the YouTube link for the opening to Wayne Head for you for your viewing
Alrighty.
pleasure.
Okay, thank
Yeah, I
you.
might as well share the wealth. I might as well share the wealth. I'm pretty sure everybody don't know what I'm talking about or what me and Schooner are talking about together.
I
There was
just
also.
love that.
Did
Was
anybody? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Schooner.
I'm just saying the show Wayne Head dealt with some pretty heavy things,
Mm-hmm.
and I
Bullying,
was like,
specifically. A lot of the shows dealt with bullying.
yeah. But another one was that Wayne Head was one of the few cartoon characters that actually
That
had a physical disability.
Yeah, yeah. That was a unique. That was kind of a unique. Aside from the fact that he was designed. A lot of the characters were designed very uniquely in a way, but but yeah, that was unique about Wayne Head himself was the fact that he had a fake leg. I think
Yeah, he had a
he had a
yeah.
fake Bigfoot leg,
Mhm.
for lack of a better term. Go ahead.
Exactly. Exactly. He had a physical disability, and it was the subject of not all episodes, but some episodes that he was.
And
that
ridicule.
Yeah, people would ridicule him, and he would also, he'd be envious of other people because there were certain things he couldn't do.
And his nickname was Wayne Head because he had a big head.
Exactly. So he was already feeling insecure about himself already. He's got an oversized leg, an oversized foot, and a giant head.
Mm-hmm. As you do when you design your protagonist of the 90s back then,
Yeah.
like Bobby's World.
Oh God, I used to watch that a lot with freaking Howie Mandel. Yeah.
Ned's Newt.
See that I did like Bobby's World.
Family Dog.
Oh, maybe I'm trying to think.
No, have you guys ever heard of Family Dog?
I have not.
Yes.
I have
Not not Family Guy. Family Dog.
Was that
There
the
was,
cartoon produced by Steven Spielberg?
I believe so.
Yeah, I heard of it.
It was about a dog that had a family, and he was always he was getting always getting up into antics, and the music drove home kind of like the narrative, and you know the parents talked to him, but the dog just like messed with a lot of actually, you know what, speaking of dog cartoons, What a Mess.
Oh, what a mess! That was a Disney one, right?
Yeah. uh Airing on ABC mostly.
Oh,
speaking of
ABC.
speaking of a lot of ABC cartoons, there was also Crow, this Neanderthal, this speak now that I'm talking about mastodons earlier, I might as well bring this up. Crow was a show kind of like a I like to say that this show would have benefited better if it was on KCET, aka PBS. Not that it was completely educational, but it kind of felt like that in its own way. But it was about this mammoth that got cryogenically frozen, quote unquote, when he fell off, and was lost through time. Basically, got Captain America through time. Was revived by a black woman, and I guess her black brother, nephew, son.
Sidekick.
Point being, long story short, it's about Phil, the mammoth, telling tales about his good old friend, the smart Neanderthal Crow or caveman, and that show was cool. I like that show. That especially Crow was like one of my favorite characters because of how he's smart, as opposed to the other cavemen around him were completely dumb. I like that Brian Martin brought up Terrible Thunder Lizards from Eat the Cat segment. There was also another show that preceded it too, was called Stupid Invaders. Five little monsters was flying through space. The spaceship cracked and they fell. That's actually a real song, by the way. It's not actually a theme song to that show. That's Iggy Pop's song. We Like Monster Man, I think it's called. No, 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 no. We like Monster Man. Does
I
it ring
know
a bell?
about Terrible
Okay.
Thunder Lizards, but not about Terrible Invaders.
Stupid Invaders.
Stupid Invaders.
Yeah. Yeah, they're Terrible Thunder Lizards. Space Goose, thank you. Thank you, Neil Starr. Space Goose, not necessarily. They were called I think they're called Space Invaders on the PS1 game version of it, but they were called Space Goose. Thank you. Yeah, he brought up that it also had yep. Yeah, I'm jogging up some memories. Oh yeah. We talked about it a little. I'm gonna bring back Los Luchadores, Jores, by the way. Sorry, I brought that up earlier.
Do you remember the promo? What was it? Fox Kids is cool.
Yeah.
God.
Speaking of Fox Kids Clubhouse.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
Everybody goes silent.
No.
No.
I'm just listening to you guys geek out on all the stuff that I turned my nose at. So
I think for me, I was much older when these shows probably came out. The 90s
she's finally
shows.
admitting it.
Oh,
Hey, you're trying to rag on me earlier, but hey.
Well, there's
I'm messing with you.
I know you're doing it out of love and concern, so I'll
Of
take it as
course.
that.
right.
Yes. What do I
Number
always say?
love here. Number
Right.
love.
And you know very well that you have to tread very lightly when you speak of a woman's age. So I know your mama taught you that. Your mama taught you that, right? Okay.
Of course.
How old you is?
Trooper, he gets away with that. The
Right.
Wolf Commander has to be a man of poise, punctuality, and
Uh,
politeness and compassion.
Yes.
So so speaking to a lady of valor, he has to be a man of valor and duty and dignity.
Correct.
See, I was into stuff like Malcolm in the Middle, so like
Yeah,
I was
we can get a
over
little bit of live action or at least like sitcom shows.
like we're like in like late 90s. Like I was starting to get like sucked into it like early 2000s. So
So no one told you life was going to be this way.
Life does go, bro.
goodness.
It does.
Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Yeah, see that kind of stuff was cool. Na, 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 na. Yeah.
Oh, who remember Clueless the show?
Well,
Oh, that's cool.
Who remember Clueless the No,
Not awful.
we all know Clueless the movie, but who has watched Clueless the show?
I have
Crickets.
not.
Mm-mm, mm-mm.
Now
I
I
got
like.
mixed up.
I
Go
like.
ahead, Leia.
I liked Buffy. Buffy was on in the '90s, and I did like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I liked that show, and
Yeah,
Buffy
I
was my
did
sister.
too.
I
Yeah.
then it kind of fell off in later seasons, but the first couple of first four seasons I thought of Buffy were very good. I liked the character a lot, and I used to watch with my sister. She also teased me and said, "Oh, that's you right there." So Buffy was my thing. So a lot of the other shows, I know of Malcolm in the Middle. I watched that too, Trooper. I know about that
Mhm.
one, so I
Yep.
watched that and made me laugh. But Buffy, I did enjoy. So I did enjoy that one. And as far as the cartoons, to me, it was the X-Men and Spider-Man. But X-Men was like, I was a crazy X-Men cartoon fan when that was out during the 90s.
Yeah, that's why was it episode 6 of WandaVision? That's why I think it's one of like my favorite episodes in WandaVision because it had camera, and also the way it was written out, it had references to Malcolm in the Middle, how it played itself in that particular episode. Like if we're talking about, like Malcolm in the Middle, I mean, that was like one of the few like live kids shows that I was just so plugged into. So,
It didn't even feel like a TV show. It felt like you were watching a movie.
yeah, I felt like you were watching a movie and you were
The,
just on a
the
yeah.
dad on the show, what was the actor? Oh, I cannot believe
Bryan
Cranston.
Cranston. Yeah.
Oh, I think he's one of the best actors we've ever had. I really loved him on the show, and I've loved everything he's done after the show. He really
He broke
has.
the mold. He broke the mold.
Yeah.
He didn't get typecast into dad roles.
Guys, let me address Neil Star.
Okay.
We're ready to party. Ready to party. For those who needs context, that's Garfield and Friends, the cartoon Garfield and Friends.
Oh, okay. I've watched that a few times.
Well,
Yeah.
I was actually going to bring up Heathcliff because he
Mhm.
brought up
Heathcliff.
Heathcliff. He brought up Heathcliff in the Cadillac Cats. Now that was the second run of it. I think that actually ended up appearing on Nickelodeon. Like the first run of Heathcliff was from 1980 to 84. It got about 26 episodes, and it was actually based off the comic strip that was already out. Basically, it's just a bad-tempered cat that gets into adventures with Spike, the neighborhood bulldog, and a gang of alley cats. And actually, the reason I was going to bring that up is because that was the last original animated character that Mel Blanc actually voiced before he went back to voicing Barney Rubble and Mr. Spacely. And then
Wow.
and then Mel Blanc, obviously did some other stuff, but that was like the last original animated character he actually voiced. So, and it was actually that, and it was almost always associated with Garfield, and I have to think it's because it's another orange tabby. But
you mean with Mel Blanc? He was the Looney Tunes. He was all of them.
He was all of them. He was all of them. So I mean, so Heathcliff was his last character before he went, back to doing Hanna-Barbera stuff. So so that's what I was plugged into. I was plugged into that. So I mean, I remember Mungo more than any of the other cats because that was like the big purple cat. So
Speaking of anthropomorphic cats, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So we
Uh,
talked. We mentioned SWAT cats.
Mhm.
Yeah, SWAT cats was cool.
I know a lot of people remember Cat Dog,
No, of course.
Mm.
Angry Beavers. What I was gonna bring up was
Sorry, something else came to mind. I'm sorry.
no. What I was gonna bring up was a slew of a lot of black
Leia got
entertainment
it.
around the
Leia got it.
'90s, which I'm pretty sure Leia
You
would
know,
like to jump into as well.
I was sucked
Sure.
into a lot of that. I was sucked into a lot of that too. Like,
Mo to the E to the Mo to
oh,
the
I
E to
hate to admit to the fact that I actually watched that.
Oh,
Moesha.
she sucked in. I jumped. Cousin
Yeah,
Peter,
because
come on.
well, here's the thing. Like for all the people in the chat, I mean, if you weren't a part of like mainstream television in the 90s, one of the most cool things really started happening in the 90s. You got a lot of what we would now call black entertainment,
Mm-hmm.
like literally geared to a wide net audience. It wasn't
Yeah,
just
it did. It
it
wasn't just
wasn't
black
just
folk.
like yeah, it wasn't just like niche groups. It was like a wide family audience. So you had Moesha. From there, I mean, you had the Bill Cosby show. You had
Parenthood,
Moesha. You had Parenthood. You had, gosh,
Family Matters.
You had
in
Family
Living
Matters.
Color. Yeah, oh yeah, Family Matters. And Family Matters, what was it? It was a spin off of, gosh, what
Perfect
was?
strangers.
Yeah,
Perfect
it was.
strangers.
It was. Yeah, exactly. Balky Bartakovas from the island of
Mhm.
I
Mykonos.
love Perfect Strangers.
Uh,
What was another one? We had Martin, of course, Living Single.
yeah, I
Mhm.
remember Martin a lot. I remember.
Martin,
Fast
yeah, I was a big fan of Martin Livingston.
fast
Yeah,
forward to the early fast forward to the early aughts, we had 101.
the
The
Fresh Prince
Hugh
of Bel Air.
for,
Yeah,
that's still '90s.
Tisha
Staying
Campbell
in
kicked out an R&B album. I actually got my hands on it. It's still somewhere in my collection. Like I have like
sticking
all
with
my
the
CD music
'90s.
box.
Sticking with the '90s, we also had dang it, it was on the tip of my tongue too.
But yeah, Fresh
I
Prince.
just,
You
I
mentioned
just
Fresh Prince.
cancel culture seems to forget that decade since they're
Oh,
acting
oh,
like
oh, oh.
black
Okay,
shows never existed. So they
after
seem to
what's
forget
it?
that. You guys named it like 15 of them already, and cancel culture
Mhm.
can mean nothing.
Jasmine Guy. She was in Okay, Vanessa Goes to College.
A
Uh,
different world. A
yes,
different
Mhm.
world.
I was tuned into that. I was tuned into that.
It's a different world. It's a different world.
You
It's a
know, that was
different
like
world.
That's the thing with cancel culture. Just building off of what Leia Plus Side said. These guys,
Saved by the Bell.
Saved
yeah,
by the Bell.
yeah, Saved by the Bell. Yep.
These guys, ever since for them, their year started in like what 2014, and anything
Yeah,
before
pretty
that
much.
never happened.
Yeah, everyone more or less says it started around Gamergate. I mean, it was going on before, but Gamergate was like the flashpoint event, which I was like, nah, that's crap. I'm like, it was
Mhm.
not Gamergate, but every geek I
Smart
know always
guy.
says,
Victoria Fagball brought up Smart Guy, or at least I think it was Eloise.
The
yeah,
Brought up
Parkers.
Smart Guy. Parker's. That was early odds. I'm like staying within the '90s bracket.
mhm.
Like I brought up
Oh, okay.
we're gonna transition to the early odds. We're gonna transition. Stay with me, guys. Stay with me.
What
Stay with me.
about
I'm trying to reminisce and remember in order what all I saw from '90s to early odds of black entertainment.
Mhm.
So I brought Smart Guy, Sister Sister. There was also
I kind of watched that, not a lot.
in the house, with LL Cool J,
Mhm.
Malcolm and Eddie with Eddie Griffin and I forgot the other guy's name. You
Uh,
mostly remember the comedy person mostly
Malcolm Jamal
than the
Warner.
straight guy.
Mhm.
Malcolm.
Yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
There was that one sort of comedy that was more of a law firm. I forgot what it was called. Hanging no, that was a
Dang it.
serious show.
Yeah.
This was an all black show that
Oh, okay.
focused on courtroom drama, but it was like
Oh,
it was a comedy though.
oh,
But there was also Hang with Mr. Cooper. Cooper.
Yeah, I remember that somewhat. I
And
do
we
I
also
remember
like.
that
brought
somewhat.
Wayans Brothers, of course. Steve Harvey. Let's not forget Steve Harvey. He had his own show for a
Yeah,
while.
he did. Yeah, he did. He did. I watched that for a while too.
Now we're gonna transition to early odds, which Leia brought in Parker's Girlfriends, which was the most watched show of them all. I wonder why. Anyways, uh, I think the Hughleys did arrived into the early odds. Yeah, they did. 101, of course, with Flex Wallace and Kyla Pratt. Hey, Greenie. You know what? I'm gonna bring up Cyber 6 now soon once I get done naming all the black
Yes!
shows.
Yes! I love that cartoon.
Yep, Cyber 6. Funny thing, I'm gonna get into that in a bit. I was in Hughleys, Parker's, 101, half and half with Lisa Ray. And then we start slowing down on that front.
Where about what year?
early, the early part of the 2000s, I think.
Well,
Because
okay.
all those shows you mentioned, I wasn't a fan of. There were some I
Well,
knew about, but I didn't watch very much.
well, here's the thing that was
Half and
going
half
on
wasn't really
too.
that good, but I only stuck around half and half because of Lisa Ray, and I had a big crush on Lisa
Well,
Ray.
here's the thing that was going on between like late 90s, early 2000s. What was really taking off, and it started with X-Files, was like paranormal series television.
Right,
So,
right. That's
yeah. So you had the X-Files, and then somewhere in there, came Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Obviously from Joss Whedon. It didn't necessarily air on like the mainstream channels. I don't remember what channel
My
it
thing
started
was,
on.
why did Black Entertainment slow down?
Because
Why did it stop?
well, that's what was going on.
Or altogether, it started to stop because we had fledglings like the Game Plan, and
Well, okay, I can tell you what I do remember. I do remember that okay, so Buffy was a cash cow. Somewhere in there, suddenly you got the WB. Okay. So you had Warner Brothers having their own channel. Buffy was probably
this stuff was on UPN though. What I was naming.
Well, UPN was more towards like season 7 of Buffy because Warner Brothers and then Paramount came, and that's where Voyager actually aired. It aired on the United Paramount Network, which was like some weird contract. Then it ends up becoming the CW at that point, and then it just becomes constantly woke. But
you're right.
yeah. So yeah. So what was really going on, like, and I remember this distinctly, was that on the WB, you got it on Mondays. With WB being a new channel, they started airing a lot of content geared towards a younger audience. That's where Leia Plus Size falls in, and that's where I kind of start falling in, because as a kid, I'm being drawn to these teenagers. So
California Dreams.
Yeah, so like their Monday lineup was like it was literally like the popular black entertainment for like all family audiences. That I remember distinctly. And that's where I remember Sister and stuff like that. But what ended up taking over that, because that was almost like I personally would call it like a black entertainment renaissance, where it was appealing to everybody. It wasn't necessarily BET. BET wasn't necessarily a thing yet. I mean, it was, but it wasn't, because you could literally go to any of the mainstream, 4 or 5 channels, which were NBC, CBS, ABC, Fox, some other channel I can't think of right now. But and you could literally get all your content, and some of this stuff was already in syndication. So when the Cosbys went to syndication, that's when you got a different world. But on the Buffy end of it, that literally started kind of building like this like supernatural paranormal type show lineup. So in the early 2000s, and even into 1999, as Buffy was starting to wind down, I think it was around season 4, season 5, you ended up getting Angel.
And I did watch.
Which out of there, like you also had Aaron Spelling, you know, trying to jump into all this with Charmed. And prior and somewhere in there you had, you know, other teen shows like Dawson's Creek, Young American,
I
Can
watched
I,
Boston.
can I add to
Supermodel.
that?
Yeah,
Can
yeah,
I
yeah,
add to
yeah.
Boston Public. I watched Boston Public. I wasn't really a big fan of Dawson's Creek. My mom. Actually, you know what? Now that you bring that up, I might as well name just about most of the stuff that my mom watched too.
Mhm.
Like uh of course Beverly Hills 90210. Let's start with the most popular that
Yeah,
was like
yeah,
the
yeah.
big one. Beverly Hills 90210. I watched a little bit of that
Yeah, so we were getting
all by
into like
myself.
the soapy teen stuff.
Yeah.
We-
She watched Melrose Place.
Yeah,
Melrose.
which was a spin-off of 90210, which was kind of
Yep.
geared towards older audience. Again, another Aaron Spelling production, and that was to like more or less kind of carry on into an older audience. Like literally,
hmm
the whole thing about Melrose Place was you couldn't bump into a neighbor without banging him on like freaking Melrose Place. That's
Yeah.
all that was about.
Yep. Pretty
That's all
much.
that was about. And Melrose Place aired quote unquote the first on-air gay kiss, and you didn't really even see any of it. It was just like kind of
Mm-mm.
slow mo. Okay, moving to like the
Yeah, but
next.
technically, I mean, yeah, that's exactly. You didn't see any of that.
But yeah, that's what was going on. Like we were moving from like this general family audience, right? So
Mhm.
it wasn't any longer about
Yeah,
Steve Urkel. It was now
there was like
about
a influx of a lot of on screen not sex on
y-
in
yes,
that thing.
yes,
Like you got it with Hercules, Xena,
yes.
you got it with
We went into like angst driven television where it was all about freaking
Baywatch
angst.
was like that too.
Yeah, yeah, and that was geared towards like what figured
Teens
25 to
to
30.
adults.
Yeah, teens to adults. Because you had like a whole bunch of freaking actresses like Yasmin Bleeth, Erica Laniak.
hmm
Um,
That's why they want to ignore this, because they have this general idea about what entertainment was like, which is
and didn't Tiffany Thiessen also end up on Baywatch?
I believe so. I
Because I
wouldn't
know
be surprised.
she ended up well because she ended up on 90210 towards the end of it. Um,
Well, that was the beauty of the 90s anyways. You can just about end up anywhere
yeah,
in the
so
in Hollywood in the 90s. At least
and the
if
reason
the
she
stories
took
are to be true, which kind of paints a dark picture, even
well
darker picture of Hollywood when you think
yeah,
about it.
yeah. Well, what was going on with her was she was trying to break that whole freaking what was Kelly's last name? I don't remember Kelly's last name. Saved by the Bell. Kelly something.
Yeah.
Okay, so mind you, if we go back to Saved by the Bell, which again, kid shows, as these actors are now starting to age up, right?
Mhm.
So like you had Zach, Kelly, Screech, AC, like
Poor Screech.
oh no. Well,
I merely, you know what, his life choices were. Oh
were
man.
very interesting to say the least.
Yeah.
I do not own a copy of Screeched, although I know it still exists out there somewhere. Which then eventually he said it was a stunt double. I'm like, okay, that's not true. But so she was still trying to break this like wholesome good girl, if you will, Disney store type look.
I know where you're going with this.
Yeah, because
Me too.
because a lot of these actresses who were on these kids shows were trying to break out of those molds because that's how all of us here at this table knew them. So they started doing all sorts of crap. So I mean, you even had the Showgirls film with
Yep.
yeah,
The
and
funny thing is, she didn't become the star of that movie. Gina Gershon became the
yes,
star of that film. Yeah.
yes,
Everybody loved
absolutely.
her. I loved her.
Like she was trying to shock people into I'm a woman. I'm like, well, that wouldn't have been the best way to go about it. And then you had, Tiffany Thiessen who was going about it doing Melrose Place. And mind you, there were no breakout stars out of freaking Melrose Place. Actually, there were a few stars that actually ended up going to Melrose Place because like on my list of shows, I had Forever Night because I actually wanted to talk about supernatural vampire cop dramas, right?
I
But
loved that show.
yes,
We can
like
go into it now, Trooper, since we're in the
okay,
hour mark.
yeah.
I
Okay, so
I can hold off my list because, like I said, it's down on the floor.
for
It's just me.
television
Like I
now.
said, it's mostly me reminiscing of my past and
Okay,
how
so we're up to the
entertainment shaped me a bit.
yeah, so we're up to the WB, and we're up to like all these like just throngs of teen shows because that's what was being thrown at us at this point. So like if we were thinking about Angel prior to that, like the earliest like okay, so Forever Night was between 92 to 96. It was done in Toronto, Canada. It
Right.
aired on CBS. It got
Most of the shows were done in Canada.
yeah. So basically what it was Nicholas Knight, an 800-year-old vampire, fights crime while attempting to regain his humanity. I mean, this was like the precursor show to Angel, to the Dresden Files, to Being Human, to Grimm.
A little bit of True Blood, where you have the type of the vampire that wants redemption, the one that wants to make up for everything. That type. But go ahead and continue.
No, absolutely.
That originated from Interview with the Vampire and Angel.
Well,
the
yes,
the vampire that don't want to feed off of humans anymore.
Interview with a Vampire subsequently came after, didn't it? Like
somewhere around that, yeah.
Yeah.
No, at that time, I was reading the books, but the movie didn't come out till in the 2000s. But go ahead, Trooper. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you can continue.
Yeah. So I mean, this was like this was like a product of its time. Like Interview with a Vampire came out in '94. Forever Night started airing in '92. So this is like our first exposure to this type of stuff. And like the show itself is a product of its time. You can actually find these like DVDs fairly cheap now. Like if you watch them now, obviously it was done it was done in full screen. It was a very melancholy show. Like the actors were Canadian, so sometimes you can hear the Canadian accents coming out. But I mean, one of the episodes obviously had like phone sex operators.
Oh wow.
Well, what it is there's a dude going around like offing off like Catholic women that go to this particular church, and Nick is trying to solve a crime, and one of the scenes it's like women with big 90s hair, and it's like it's phone sex operators, and you can tell that it's in the 90s because we still have touch tone like desk phones, like the big clunky ones. Yeah. So, and what's really cool about
kids these days will look at that stuff and like, what is that?
Well, do you guys remember the floppy disk era?
Oh wow.
Barely. I do.
Barely. I remember having to put like a floppy disk into the computer so I could play Oregon Trail. That's what I remember.
But that was like in all of these like futuristic movies and shows. It was all floppy disk. It's all on disk.
Yes, or hard disks.
In the case of I Come in Peace or Dark Angel in other worlds. Freaking laser disc that's used as a freaking predator shuriken blade.
Yeah. Yep. So like the common thing with Angel and Forever Night is that with Angel having a bigger budget, they ended up using a few more sets, but I mean Angel filmed in several areas of California, which actually kind of kept the budget somewhat mid-range. I mean, it filmed in Culver City, it filmed in Long Beach, Universal City, Hollywood, LA. The difference between these two shows is that by the time we get to Angel and we get to Buffy, Warner Brothers is already monetizing this stuff because right around that time you had the Disney store, so now you had the WB store. So this is one of the few
Oh, I
instances where
remember
you
the
can,
WB stores.
yeah. So this is like one of the few instances where you can actually go out to a mall, a physical mall, brick and mortar, and you can buy merchandise related to these shows. Like as far as some of the more popular shows now, you can't just go to a mall and necessarily get products of that. Or what was it? Not Batman Forever, but Batman and Robin. Um,
Yep.
I still have a leather jacket that I begged and begged and begged and begged, and I finally got from that film, and that came from the WB store. So yeah, so I mean, you could get like movie posters or movie size posters from these shows if you went to, like, say, what is it? Was it Suncoast? So I don't.
Suncoast.
Yeah, so I mean, so
That was my place. Suncoast, the Warner Brothers store. What I
yeah.
loved most about my Warner Brothers store is that they all had the plastic gremlins all over the place.
Yeah. So I mean, this is what was really cool about the early 2000s and like late 90s. We got to a point where now merchandising was starting to catch on. A lot of these big studios were, cashing in on the fact that you could actually merchandise these, shows. I mean, granted, that kind of happened with Star Trek, that kind of didn't happen. The same thing with Star Wars, but I mean, Star Wars was always ahead of its time. That's why, Lucas was a visionary and he had like all the merchandising rights. So
I noticed that Star Wars in the 90s was becoming very popular.
yeah, it was
because of the EU.
Well, that was
The
around
re-release of the special editions.
Yeah,
or at least
and
the
that was
release
around-
of special editions.
yeah,
Special
and we got
edition
the prequels. We got the prequels, like,
coming up, of course.
yeah, coming thereafter. So, like, that's where like black entertainment kind of took a pause, because what ended up happening is you had the development of BET. So now they were trying to court a lot of these writers and producers to go exclusively to BET. So while that was going on, you had that boom of teen shows that I talked about. You had Dawson's Creek, Young Americans, Supermodels.
You had Keenan and Kel.
Yeah. So you had like Big Wednesday, Big Monday, Big Thursday on WB. And it was, between, 7 p.m. to
TGIF.
yeah, the 8 p.m., 9 p.m. slot. So you would literally watch Buffy and then you would catch the episode of Angel.
Sometime later, Charmed.
Yeah, because those shows got moved around a little bit, because as Buffy started to wind down, it wasn't necessarily paired with Angel. At one point, if I remember right, Charmed got thrown into that lineup. But I don't know where it, like, I don't remember what time slots it had. I'd have to try to research that out. I can tell you that I have Charmed seasons 1, 2, and 3 because they had Shannon Doherty in them. Because again, 90210. But that was that's when we were getting into the teen angst. You had, these like young adults
Pains,
playing, playing
finding
teenagers.
yourself.
Like for all the
27-year-olds playing 14-year-olds.
Yeah, for all the dudes in the chat, if you didn't watch this stuff, you would have thought it was weird watching, again, full on like 20-something-year-old adults playing teenagers. I mean,
dude, my reality to high school was completely. Oh wow, that was eye opening.
Yeah, yep.
Because considering the fact that when I went to high school the first time, I had imagined everybody looking significantly tall, or at least taller.
Oh yeah, because you figured they were all like freaking 20-something-year-olds. I mean, you've seen that on TV. You're thinking you're going to be one of those, and you're going to have like these crazy storylines, like Dylan and Brenda in the car, like overlooking LA as freaking REM is playing, and they're about to break up, and you're like devastated because there's no such thing as an it couple at this point. They're the couple. And it's like, he's breaking up with Brenda, right? So it's like, that's like earth shattering, and they're building up to it, as far as
what shattered me was the fact when I went there, almost everybody was the exact same height as me. I was like, oh wow.
Well, okay, and here's the thing. So going back to Forever Night, it was Garrett Wynn Davies, Catherine Disher as Natalie, Nigel Bennett as Lacroix, and Deborah Duchesne. So like this is like one of the first instances where we're starting to get the whole vampire world. I think that particular show nailed it more so than subsequent shows like gosh, there was okay, so this is
Hang
like
on,
the,
Trooper.
Mhm.
Let me see. Leia, are you still with us? Because you're cut in and out.
Yes, I'm
And
with you now. I'm with
okay,
you. He was talking about he's still continuing Forever Night.
yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, this is like the granddaddy precursor to like Vampire Diaries, all these shows. And
Wolf Creek.
yeah, and what's really funny, even Hemlock Grove, but like what's really funny is in like some of these scenes, it's like early sunlight, because I mean that's the shooting schedule. You only have so many hours to kick this out. So it really opened the idea to Nick Knight really working hard to get past his vampirism to regain his humanity. He was going to find a way to do it. The one episode that I remember the most was him having dialogue with Joan of Arc. So,
We lost her again. She'll be back.
But yeah,
No, I
so
want to address Sam Proctor real quick. He says, when I went to junior high, I expected a Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Boy, was that wrong. I will say this, they were laughing ever since I remember, but they're not gonna laugh
anymore.
anymore.
No more Max the Geek. No more Goof of the Week.
week.
Before.
Well, here's the thing. It's like you don't realize, going into
That movie, I'm gonna say this. I'm sorry, Trooper, but yeah, Goofy movie always had me in tears every single time because as much as Leia, are you with us?
Yes, I'm back. Sorry about that. It's actually a little wonky, but I'm here. The last comment I heard was Trooper was talking about Forever Night, and before you go into,
I brought up I'm bringing up a Goofy movie real quick, and he's going to continue.
Okay.
But I was gonna bring up the fact that a Goofy movie really put the feels into me, the rawness of Max and Goofy's relationship, despite all the hijinks that go on in that movie. There are some things in a Goofy movie that just hit you, like they're like. That's something that the other Disney characters didn't really get into that much when they had their respective movies, like Mickey, Donald. Goofy seemed to have that rawness when it came down to his stuff, where he where his shows, or at least his segments, were how to drive a car, how to manage your home life. He was like the homely type character out of the bunch.
Right.
Whereas Don got into some strange hijinks that kind of taught you things. Goofy taught you how to adult. So that's why I say like dang, like that's no wonder Goofy's my favorite character.
Well, here's the thing. If we compare your content, Leia's content, Schooner's content, my content to what's being dished out now to the same demographic, it's completely different. It's not like really adult storylines or storylines where you have to kind of like figure things out for yourself. It's more like everything is kind of, it's all spoon fed to you, and there's nothing that happens at the very end. And don't worry about being triggered or whatnot. Everything will turn out fine. It's
they ain't never gonna have a "I'm not your little boy anymore, Dad. I'm my own man now. I've grown up. Yeah, I know that. I just wanted to be a part of it.
Yeah,
I'm my only son, Max. No matter how big you get, you'll always be my son."
Prior to go ahead.
That was the one thing that I think I loved most about a Goofy movie, and I just noticed it now because of what Trooper's saying and all of this is like you were saying the 90s were angsty, kids, teen shows, but a Goofy movie was trying to bridge that gap between kids and adults. Almost every single one of these shows, it was the kids, always in conflict with the parents and, something like that. But a Goofy movie was actually trying to address that issue of the kid growing up, trying to find their own way. But don't forget where you came from. You're You're so quick to want to sever those ties, but you never, because you think like those ties are bad and they're holding you back. But was it? And Goofy even asked, not in so many words, but he asked Max, "Was it all really that bad? Was I that unbearable?"
Yeah, and then you make a good point, and I kind of want to tie this back to Black
And Wade
Entertainment.
Tom ultimately saved his dad's life.
On top,
Yeah.
okay, on top of a Goofy movie, you also had Space Jam. Like, forget Space Jam 2. I mean,
Hmm.
yeah, you had Bugs, you had Shaq. You know, like literally all within
Shaq.
that. Yeah,
You mean
When was
yeah.
Shaq? When was Shaq ever in Space Jam?
You had all those. Well,
You
here's
mean
the thing.
you mean Michael?
Well, that too, but like you had Shaquille
When
O'Neal
is
also
Shaq?
coming out with his stuff.
Oh,
Like,
right, right,
yeah,
right.
so you had
That's
what?
what you mean. That's what you mean. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I,
so
I, I
yeah,
took you out of context.
so you had stuff like Shazam booming out. It's like,
Kazam,
yeah,
Steel.
yes. See, and so I mean that's kind of where Black Entertainment was trying to go.
Hmm.
And while you
A
had,
rapping, rhyming genie for the family. Remember that pitch?
Yeah.
yeah, so you had all of that cool stuff going on all at the same time. So,
Am I the minority that actually enjoyed Shaq's rapping?
no, I
I
thought it was
think
funny. I thought it was
I,
funny.
I thought it was.
I mean,
I
we're
thought it
talking
was
about
just.
a tall dude. We're talking about a tall dude in really cheap,
I
freaking
mean,
costuming, looking like a genie.
this really sold me when he popped out of that boom box, and the first words that come out of his mouth is "Who dare to whack me?" I'm like, bro, there's some power in that voice. Okay, I'm digging. I'm down. I don't know. That worked for me. I don't know what everybody did was, but that worked for me. Hey, I will even say this: the Weasel worked for me too.
Mhm.
Weeze the Juice, Encino Man. Ow!
Oh yeah, Say No Man. I remember that movie.
Yeah. So I mean, there was a lot of just. It
In
was
short, everybody, the nights was freaking fun. Just
well in
Yeah,
unadulterated
that's
fun.
what I liked about it was that the content and the subject matter, they were talking about these pretty important issues, but they
yeah.
also never forgot what they were too. Entertainment.
And the best part about it, and I think this is where it would be the most appropriate, is you did have a melting pot of popular culture that was going
Mm-hmm.
on at the time. I mean, for I wouldn't know,
Blood in, blood
I wouldn't
out.
know for the boomers because, like I told you guys before, the boomers like it all out front. They want to be able to see it. They want a ton of exposition, even though they say they don't want it. But it's like,
But
this
it's
is
always got to be angry.
well, yeah,
It's got to
yeah,
be like emotional. And I'm just like, somebody just got to put their foot down and just say the one word that everybody's afraid to say: grow up.
yeah. So, I mean, for the most part, you started getting all the multi-layering in terms of writing in the fact that like a family show could also teach you values, but could also show you that it didn't have to like within the 45-minute span, it didn't have to end on a good note and would subsequently be picked up in the next episode.
Mm-hmm.
You started having those like those part two episodes.
Yeah.
Like
Keep you on
so and so,
edge.
yeah, like so and so gets caught with drugs, that kind of stuff. Like,
And nothing was always clean cut either. Sometimes a good guy can fall.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, and even like Batman the animated series, not everything ended on a high note. I mean,
Yeah.
there was some real heavy-handedness, and there were even times when the heroes themselves would more so ask the question or just say, there are days I just hate this job.
Yeah, and I
Mm.
mean, and that goes with like the parenting. I mean, when Sound Engraver, who is not in the stream, hey Sound Engraver, when we
Oh,
talk
hey there,
about
sound engraver.
latchkey kids, that's kind of also what those shows were addressing in terms of like adult storylines and having to not necessarily grow up, but like that
I don't want to grow up. I don't want to grow up. I don't want to get a job.
but it was more to the sense of like these storylines, and I don't want to
Now,
say movies
Trooper.
and television were like
Now,
starting
Trooper.
to substitute.
Trooper, I know you're on a roll. I know
Huh?
you want to roll, but I want to segue a bit. We also did get those kind of commentaries too.
Mhm.
For those who are not other know, we had the strong and beautiful, just like you in the commercials.
Yeah,
The
and
anything you can do, I could do better. Like we had a lot of.
We had a lot of that, but
Oh goodness.
but
I
I
look
mean,
back at it now. It consider what has transpired recently. I
it
dare I
was a
say,
pop culture conglomeration of creativity. Because I mean, that was around the time that we also got the Mortal Kombat movie,
mhm.
right?
No. What I'm saying was like the whole girls can do it too, just like boys message was
Mhm.
not. It was not in your face that much.
It was not.
It's more
Yeah.
of a. It was more of a celebration of it. Like yeah, we agree. Women can do anything that they put their minds to it.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the
Not
thing with
no.
with a lot
Let,
of the marketing towards girls. Yeah, anything that a boy can do, so can a girl. But the girl is going to get there the way a girl gets there.
mhm.
A boy is going to get there the way a boy would figure out a problem. It was never you have to be a boy to beat a boy if you're a girl. You know what I mean? And that's
Yeah.
where and that's where we kind of end up at 2021, where it's like now it's like, oh well, I identify as a you know a black Apache helicopter now. That's where we're at right now. But like back yeah, but like back in the 90s, 2000s, it was about, yeah, a girl can also get from point A to point B. A girl is
Just
going to do
never.
it differently
Just
because
never
she's a girl.
sacrifice
She's a girl, so
what
she's going to
nature.
get, yeah,
Never sacrifice what nature ordained for you to do it.
yeah,
Like you, at the end
Well,
of the day, you're still a girl.
yep.
well, that was the appeal of. Excuse me, Troop. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just
No,
want
no,
to
no, go ahead.
piggyback on your saying. Back then in the '90s, the girls did not have to act like men to be successful. That's where Buffy comes in,
Yep.
because Buffy is the star of that show and she has her own adventures, but she doesn't have to sacrifice her femininity to do so.
In fact,
She
she protects
and
it.
yeah, she
She actually
protects.
protects it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she doesn't have to knock the men down. She doesn't have to outsmart Giles. She had to go to Giles to get his help. She didn't always. She wasn't the best as ever. She
Hmm.
wasn't the girl that does everything. Yes, she was the chosen one, but she still needed guidance and she still needed answers. But in the end, she didn't sacrifice her femininity or put
Her
down.
close and bestest friend is Xander, a dude.
Yeah.
I think last time I checked.
So I mean, that's where you kind of had those sibling relationships, and that's kind of where
Yeah,
Giles
I missed
fills
those
in the
too.
vacuum. Yeah, it fills in the vacuum of a paternal figure. So as much as Buffy was rebellious, I mean, it always came down to either Buffy's mom or Giles having to enact the punishment in one way or another.
Well, yeah,
So,
Hmm.
because you're going to be you're a teenager, so you're going to rebel at some point.
mhm.
So you still need an authority figure to get you back on track,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that you get back on the right path. So that's another good thing. The adults were not idiots. Neither was her mom, and neither was Giles.
They
You
yep,
want to
know,
do
he
away with
was
the mentor because
yes.
they think they can lead the world without a mentor.
yeah, and
Did
and
they
then they,
forget?
And then open the
Did they
door for all the
forget?
same things to follow.
mhm,
I
Right.
said, did they forget that they were mentored to doing this bull crap that they're doing now?
mhm,
Hmm.
It's like the Sith. I gotta use the Sith here. It's
mhm,
like
Yep.
it's like they like to imagine that once they have received the knowledge and all that jazz, right? They
mhm.
killed their teachers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then they start thinking, exactly. They kill their own teachers, and then they say, "Hey, we're going to mentor you guys, but we're going to give you a shortcut."
well, we've gone from latchkey kids to the kids pretty much throwing out the parents out the window. Oh, well, I know best now. And that's literally popular culture has been like
Hijacked.
pushing. It's really been pushing it. And it's like, okay, it's so now you're disassociating any type of values that a maternal or a paternal figure has to offer and saying it's, within my own age group, I will come to my own consensus. So you're literally cutting out the parental figures. So um yeah, you could kind of see some of that in pop culture if we were, referring to say popular culture already starting to cut out the paternal figure, maybe even starting with as early as Married with Children, but Married with Children was satire.
That's
Yeah.
It was
trash.
sat
Yeah, that was trash television, but that was in a great way.
yeah,
Hmm.
Right.
yeah,
Right. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, if you
Married
like,
with,
go ahead, Leah.
I just want to say, Married with Children and The Simpsons were satirical look at
Yes,
the
yes,
family structure and
Mhm.
this
At
family
the All
sitcoms. That's
American
what those were.
Family. Yeah.
Right.
yeah. It was a set. It was a satirical look at the blue collar male, white male. In Homer Simpson's case, animated yellow male. But
I used to thought he was Mexican.
but you had really cool characters like Apu, which apparently now Hank Azaria has to apologize for playing Apu. But but yeah, I mean,
I
you
don't
had
care what anybody say. That was a brilliant Indian accent that was not really stereotypical at all.
I didn't
I've
yeah,
find it
been
racist at all. I loved Apu. I don't know what
I've
he
been
was.
around a lot of Hindi and Indian. They talk like that. They
I won't
really
lie. I won't lie. One of my really good friends, freaking, from Fiji literally has
they
because
talk that
she's
way.
Fijian, but
I've
yeah,
even met
so
back when I went to
Yeah,
church.
I
There was
can
an
say
Indian
that you
person
know.
who attended. He talked like that.
oh, I used to freaking
Not nearly as funny as a poo,
yeah.
but he talked like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I mean, it was satire, and it was a fun way to kind of poke. It was a way to poke at the blue collar family that no matter how bad your particular situation is, it's never going to be as bad as the Simpsons or the Bundys, and that's the frame you have to literally keep it
I
in.
just wish they had. I
It's
wish they
not
had.
like we're starting to dunk on the white male because that didn't come till far later.
Mhm.
Um,
I just wish they had killed off Homer when they really had a perfect opportunity to explore that. Like I really
well,
want the Simpsons to really evolve, and I know they weren't going to kill off Homer because of course everybody
Well,
loves
the
Homer.
thing with Disney now owning The Simpsons is they're going to produce more content so that they can quote add more value to the existing brand. But I mean, the show more or less has seen a few peaks in its day. I haven't kept up with it. I think I kind of fell off after the death of Mrs. Krabappel. So
Mm.
that
I
yeah.
You
think
mean Ma?
Uh-huh.
I think the show is past its time. I kind of fell off around that time.
Are you talking about Ned's wife?
No, Bart's teacher.
No, no, Bart's teacher.
No, the voice actress, right?
Yeah, did she do Ned's wife also?
No. First, they killed off Ned's wife, the character herself. I thought, but now that you mentioned Miss Coppola, she did die in real life. I think.
Yeah, yeah. In real life,
Yeah.
she did. She passed away. So after that, they retired the character.
Hmm.
So that's kind of where I started to kind of fall off in
Ha!
terms of that stuff. But
That's
I
where I
mean,
got my high from. Ha!
but going back to Angel, Angel was still targeted towards a largely female audience, but it did have a more adult. It did have a more adult and also a male audience to it too. Obviously, I mean, you
It's a
had David.
cool dude in a trench coat solving mysteries and killing demons.
Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
It's
yeah.
that
I
power
mean,
fantasy that we were talking about a week ago, right?
yeah, again, it was created by Joss Whedon and David Greenwald. The budget estimated was what 2 million.
Now he giving us statistics.
Now, mind you, keep in mind that like shows now are infinitely more expensive. I mean, just to kind of jump off subject, Forever Night was created by James Perriot. Perriot also created Grey's Anatomy. Uh, Starring Ellen Pompeo. It got to the point with a lot of these stars where they're making like 2 million a season, and now we're talking about how much money they make per episode. So like production costs have just
Damn
skyrocketed.
it, Trooper! Damn it, Trooper! Damn it,
So
Trooper!
like I was
I'm
telling,
talking about shows that we enjoy. I didn't tell you about the I didn't say talk about the logistics of a show.
well, yeah, well, okay,
I'm
well, this
kidding. I'm
kind of
kidding.
ties
I'm
into
trying to do my Hank Hill impression. Dang
this
it!
kind of ties
Dang it,
into
Trooper!
like shows that we like, especially early
Mm.
'90s. Like I was telling Schooner back in the green room, like shows like Next Generation were kind of odd because for that time, having 7 seasons was considered extremely successful. But
Mhm.
as the production costs have gone up, you get less seasons. So now what we consider a good show usually only gets about maybe 1 or 2 seasons, like Marco Polo, if you will. Or what's another one? I'm trying to, like, everything I can think of in terms of maybe Netflix content, with the exception of Marvel, as far as Daredevil getting 3 seasons. That kind of stuff. Like, you'll notice there's a correlation as the production costs go up, you get less seasons. But even with shows like Forever Night, which were just like a lot of just generic stage and a lot of on location shots, were really fun episodes to watch because you're paying attention to the character. Honestly, Nick Knight was the most fleshed out character in the entire series for Forever Night, and then we fast forward to Angel. You already have his as far as Angelus in his past, because you kept up with Buffy, and of course, if you were a chick, you were all about Angel, and
I gotta say that the real overall message of Angel, I really liked it, because the final season, and I'm not talking about the comic book, the final season. The final season, what I really loved is they said the overall message is it doesn't matter if the fight is impossible, you got to fight anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
And I love the fact at the very end they say, how can we possibly win, and stuff like that. And Angel says, personally, I want to take the dragon.
Well, and from those shows, we got terms like, big bad. So every season of Buffy had a quote big bad.
Mm-hmm.
And it also lent itself to, culturally impacting lingo, because the way this show is written, it was geared towards teenagers, and a lot of teenagers were picking up the lingo. So
we appear to have lost Leia plus size. She might be back. She might.
Lady of Valor shall return.
Oh no. So I mean, the most modern instance that we've gotten from vampire cop dramas is like Grimm, that aired on ABC, 2011 through 2017. I only have the first 4 seasons. I got to subsequently get the other 2 on DVD. But
real quick, I want to bring up Cyber 6.
Okay.
Real quick. On top of other 90s shows that most people probably never even knew existed, let alone didn't happen upon around that time. So Cyber 6, let me pull up Wiki.
Hello, are you guys still there?
Yep, we're still here. Can you hear a trooper?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, it got quiet. There was a good conversation going on. I know I dipped out a little bit.
I was bringing up Cyber 6.
I wonder, oh my goodness, they stopped?
No.
No.
No, yeah, I was bringing up Cyber 6.
Okay. I heard if I could get in there.
Jump in.
Oh, okay. Trooper,
it's
you
Italian
covered so much. Basically,
I was about to say that.
I was going to cover a little bit about Forever Night and what you said about that show, and why I like that show a lot, and how we were getting into this phase of television that dealt with supernatural or paranormal kind of television. And Forever, it's interesting because at that time when Forever Night, it seemed like, other than the 80s with the Lost Boys and Fright Night, you didn't do too many stories that had
not at all
vampire themes. You're right. Everything was pretty much the slasher monster, the Freddy Cougars and the Jason type of shows. So Forever Night was a show I was dying ready for, because I've always liked vampire stories, reading Anne Rice, and so that show was the kind of show I was
Well, to pick up where she left off, like, because shows like this were not like the mainstream. Like, to give you an example, this show got about 70 episodes, so split between 3 seasons, and this aired here in the States on CBS, and it was the post 8 p.m. time slots. So CBS coined it as crime time after prime time, and that's where they aired their more quote adult content.
She's back.
Hey, you're back.
Sorry about that, guys. My router's acting kind of wonky. I have to see.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. Sorry about dipping in and out. So I did I was happy to see a show like that, and then, like you said, open the door for the domination of teen-oriented shows,
Hmm.
like Vampire Diaries, which I didn't watch that much. I heard of it, but I felt it was more teen stuff, more
I fell
funny.
out of it when they
Uh,
fucked around with. Excuse me, when they fucked around with the whole hybrid thing.
well, here's
They,
the
they
thing.
kept they kept over important. That's not a word, but they kept over importantizing the idea of a hybrid.
Oh, you mean, well, okay. So
So
to give you an
I got
idea,
bored when I kept hearing, "Oh, he's a hybrid. Oh, he's a hybrid." I don't give a damn
well,
if he's a popsicle. You're not telling me why I should be fearing him as an audience member.
well, you know why we ended up getting that kind of stuff, right?
Underworld.
Yes, with
Yes.
Len Wiseman simping to his wife, kept Kate Beckinsale and making her like the lead female
Well,
role.
they're no longer married as of right now. Sadly,
Yeah, yeah. So who got
I'm
the better
surprised
deal?
for
Kate got the
bruh,
better deal because she got all the exposure.
bruh. Nah, get this though.
Hmm.
You know how I did a stream about Underworld and the Resident Evil movies, right? And I joked about how these men were competing with their trophy wives, right? Here we are as of 2021, and it seems that Paul W.S. Anderson won that race
Yes, he did.
to see who has the better wife, the better trophy wife. Kate Beckinsale and Len Wiseman are no longer married yet. Mila Jokovic, that's how you pronounce her name.
Hmm.
Um, and 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 and, and Paul W.S. Anderson are now currently married. I'm like, huh? Didn't
Hmm.
think Paul. I did not think Paul would win that race. Both sides all seem to be happy together.
Hmm.
Both Lynn, Kate, and Mila and Paul. It seemed like they were a
Right,
very
right,
happy
right.
couple. But I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not one to pry into a couple's private life. So
Maybe it's
I don't
because
know.
Paul W. Anderson treats his wife better.
I
probably.
wouldn't say Lynn. Probably, I'm pretty sure Lynn treated Kate pretty well, unless Kate will surface some stuff that we don't know about, like Josh's wife did.
Woof.
But, well, like you said, she got out of it what she could, I guess. She did become the star of it, but it seems like, I mean, I don't know Wolf, but I wanted the marriage started to decline. I think that the Underworld movies went on too many movies too long. That's me personally, because by the time we got to the last one, I kind of lost interest
The
in.
writing quality dipped poorly when they got to Awakening.
Well,
Yeah,
here's my thing. I only made it to about the third film, and that was it for me.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
gosh, while we're still in this period, and I have Leia here, like the other thing that was going on was like not only were we getting teen shows, we were getting an explosion of teen movies. So we were getting like Soul Survivors, I Know What You Did Last Summer,
hmm
like
Yeah.
all that stuff was taking off. Yeah, yeah. Again,
Scream was the last running one. Was
oh
only
my
last
gosh.
running one because I know what you did last summer was kind of like a contender to try to compete with that, right?
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Me,
I
Then
could
we
tell
me
that.
personally, me
then we
personally.
had we also had sorry, I didn't mean to cut you there.
Mhm.
We also had
Urban Legend.
Valentine. Yeah,
Uh,
Urban Legend and Valentine. Valentine failed, of course.
Mhm.
It was going. It was trying.
Angel
You,
is the killer.
that was kind of like the beauty of the night. There was genre starters that failed.
But
At
you know
least
Well,
what I think?
Go
go
ahead,
ahead.
Leia.
I don't want to give it, but you know what I think may have started to tip a little bit. I think when the Signs of the Lambs came out.
Really?
Mm.
hmm
Well, it was. It's not a teen drama. It was. The protagonist is a female. She's the lead, and then you
So,
had sort of this. But it was psychological thriller instead of just the kind
Before
of
anybody knew it was a book.
right,
you
right.
might remember this more than us because you were like, you were probably within the, previous, high school class before. But was it that the audience was just starting to age up again? Like, I mean, there was a transition where we all just kind of like transitioned into adult like adult viewing entertainment from this teen stuff. So that was that around that period when like Silence of the Lambs, were we like already starting to like come into our
Now we
20s?
lost Schooner.
Oh, we're talking about the movies.
I thought he had excellent Wi-Fi.
No,
Oh
they got him.
no,
They got him. They got him.
No, he
he'll,
didn't get black back, did he?
he'll he'll find a way out. He'll swim his way out of
He
it, I'm
knows that. He
sure.
knows that basement better than anybody
That's
else.
Yes,
right.
there
That's
must
right.
be some mermaid somewhere around there to help him out. That'll be there. Trooper, maybe for me, perhaps. Uh, I'm just speaking for myself,
Mhm.
but I would just say that that moment, that's that it was back there for a while, and then
I'm
came
gonna
the
pull a Professor
came,
Geek real quick, and when I come back, we'll switch it over to Layup for her shows
Yeah, 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 yeah.
since
mhm.
she's on a roll now. Schooner, just to let you know,
I was just
I'm gonna take a bathroom break, but when I come back, it's gonna be Leia time in the limelight.
Excellent. Very cool.
welcome
Go
back.
ahead, Leia.
Um, I know for me, Trooper, I
Mhm.
guess for me, you could be possibly right about that.
Yeah.
I had just aged out of the teen stuff, even it was good, even with some of it was very good.
Mhm.
Or the obsession with teen slasher films like Scream, and I Know What You Did Last
Yeah.
Summer, which I didn't think was a very good film, to be
No,
personally.
no, not good at all.
I thought that was made to cash grab
I think so
off of
too.
Scream. I really, yeah, that film is not aged well at all. Now when I look at it, I'm like, Psh, them scares don't
Yeah,
make me
ye
jump with It's just
yeah, it was, Jennifer Love Hewitt, and the only reason she was a big name was because of Family of Five.
right,
So,
exactly. Yeah, exactly. And she's not around now, but that, that's kind of what I think it was too. And that's why she became a
mhm,
big name. But I Know What You Did Last Summer was a very good, were very good movies. I saw it and I didn't jump once. Maybe I was getting tired of it. Then then The Silence of the Lambs comes out.
mhm,
And even though I call it the serial killer obsession, then
mhm.
they started making movies about catching the serial killer, if you notice that.
Right, right,
Because
right.
Silence of the Lambs was a big hit. So we had that streak going on for a little while where you had the scares, but it seemed more towards an adult audience. And I sort of like that because Silence of the Lambs, that is one of the best films I've ever seen. I actually
Okay.
liked it because I liked,
Still pretty awesome.
yes, I did. I have to admit to it. I never read the book, but I liked the performances, Jodie Foster and Anthony Hopkins. Unforgettable. It's Hannibal Lecter. He's
Yeah,
now,
no, you're definitely hitting close to the mark because that was around the time that I started like starting to collect films like American Psycho.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
Yeah, because
That awkward moment when you realize that Batman killed the Joker while singing to the song "It's Hip to Be Square."
yeah, yeah, yeah,
yes,
yeah. No, you're right.
exactly.
Yeah, because what was like for me anyway, like in terms of like all this teen stuff, like I was soaked up in it. It's like
Sure.
you're being, the one show I think we all like glossed over, but we at least know about. Same thing with going back to WB was Roswell. That was another
Yeah,
paranormal. Yeah, that was another paranormal supernatural type show that eventually subsequently we go into, of course, Supernatural, Vampire Diaries. That's like a whole other demographic. What was it? Freaking, I'm trying to think from Dawson's Creek. What's his face? PC
Smallville.
Joshua Jackson. Yeah, he goes on and ends up being on the Fox channel doing whatever that supernatural show was. I can't think of it. I can't think of it right now.
I
But
can't
yeah,
think
yeah.
of it either.
But yeah, that was literally around the time when we were all starting to kind of age up into like adult, like being, adult viewing things more or less, like
And
kind of. Mhm.
and catch the serial killer. There was, after Silence of the
Yeah,
Lambs, there was
yeah,
a
yeah,
slew
yeah.
of those movies coming out about catching the serial killer obsession begin to reign. Then
Oh no! Oh
We
no!
lost her.
We've lost her.
Well, we lost you earlier, so
Hey, I went on a
Yeah.
break, man.
darn it. The blacks, that was it. The men in black suits are trying to take down the channel.
Speaking of which, there was a cartoon of that.
Men in Black.
Schooner, did you have anywhere you wanted to go? Because I mean, I actually kind of did a little bit. I did some, I did some legwork earlier. Oh, hey, Leia, how are you?
Very funny.
So, what else did you have on your list, Leia? I know you had a list. I mean, my list was literally like 3 films, 3 animated shows, and like
Mine was
3.
just randomly talking about shows that people probably never even heard of.
Well, I thought about that too because I originally was going to talk about Dungeons and Dragons, the animated cartoon, which aired
And
between
yeah, like I said, I was about to bring up Cyber 6, but I wanted to
yeah,
I wanted Leia Plus have to get her moment
yeah,
because
to get
I
her
didn't want
stuff in.
I didn't want to make you feel left out or left behind, Leia, because we're talking about shows that you probably didn't watch.
No, it's okay. I understand completely. It's okay you get you
Trying
guys.
to
I
put
don't.
that nicely, mind you. Trying to
Well,
put that
no,
nicely before I shoot myself in the foot even more at
well,
what just
for
happened
me,
earlier.
oh no, there we go again. No, but for me, like what I find myself doing, in terms of like content, I was always attracted to the older content, like when like everyone was watching kid stuff, I was like watching teen stuff, like
Hmm.
mind you, I didn't have any older brothers or sisters, like as far as me and my brother, I'm technically the like older of the two, if you will. So it's
Hmm.
like when you're like first, when you're like when you're like one of two, I mean, you're
Right.
looking, yeah, you're, if you have a maternal parental figure, you're also somewhere along the line, whether it's television, film, or whatever, you latch on to these like older brother older sister themes, and that's what
Yeah.
I was latching on to more so than
Yeah.
some of the other kids. So
You easily identify with the big brother or at least the big
mhm,
sister too in that regard. Like they don't the thing I had to really say about the older brother older sister type character is that they act just like us at around our age growing up when it came down to being around our siblings.
mhm,
They literally act just like us. Um, one of the things I always did do a lot was latch on to the big brother. Like your in the case of Dragon Ball Z, you had Cooler.
mhm,
Yeah.
Um, I kind of took in a little bit his traits a little bit when it came to my brother when we got older. I was when every time he would espouse some crazy ideas or at least
mhm.
he thought Dragon Ball Z will be heading to in the case of it being a massive series that continues on. I just put my hands together like Gendo Ikari from Evangelion, and I would lower my head and say, "You have a lot to learn, little brother." Because I was, you're the big sibling. You tend to have this idea about yourself,
Mhm.
if you will. You have this idea that your younger siblings are going to look to you for help or for guidance if your parents can't do that, or sadly if some hopefully that will never come to be if something terrible happened to the parents, and we had a lot of that too in our pop culture. We had siblings that had no family,
Hmm.
that had lost family to tragedy,
That was
like
another thing that I loved about the 90s. They were pushing boundaries too. They were talking about divorce, single parents, two working parents.
yeah,
Yeah,
You
yeah,
want to
too
yeah.
talk that was progressive.
too much if you ask for my taste though. Like now it's well, actually no. What the '90s did in that regard, they still kind of had a way of conveying a healthy family in that regard.
Hmm.
Like
Mhm.
even if the child had no substantial relationship with the step parent, in the end the step parent wasn't the a-hole or the evil person, or the as we like to see them now, or at least like what we're calling them and how they're portrayed, the idiot parent.
Yeah, that's kind of where we've gotten. But I went ahead and
specifically the idiot father.
Yeah,
or the
you get a lot of that.
or the ineffectual mother.
Oh, you get a lot of that too. But I went ahead and I put a link in the chat and also in private chat. That's what is it? Promo number 3 for What a Night for WB.
Yeah.
But like what I was saying before, in relation to like Leia plus size, like the content she was watching, that's what I was latching onto, because I was latching onto big brother, big sister narratives. I was more intrigued about teen stuff when the kid stuff was on. That's why when we talked about creepy creepy crawlers, mummies alive, and all that stuff, I was like, I'm not interested in that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So,
in the case for me, like I said, to segue into Cyber 6, I was very intrigued with the let's just say I was very intrigued with studio, or at least shows that came from other countries, like Cyber 6. Cyber 6, as Schooner was about to point out, was made by an Italian comic. It was an Italian comic book that was adapted to a show. I thought it was an anime at first. When I looked at the art style, I thought it was an anime, but it's not. It's not really. It is a. Sorry, I'm reading the synopsis.
More of a it was more of like Batman the Animated Series,
with a genetically engineered woman who poses as a dude at school. That part was intriguing to me, was the fact that she would pose as a dude who likes a dude, and goes into her sexy super alter ego by night. And what was interesting was that there was this whole quote unquote transformation sequence in the show where she was stripped down and get into her crime fighting outfit, which was tastefully censored.
Yeah,
not necessarily. I wouldn't say it was censored by America standards. I'm saying it was. I was saying, I guess the animation company kind of like precisely.
Precision.
I guess precisely. Let's work with that. Precisely censor where things would stop. Like they had a way of stopping where kids are not supposed to see. So there was you. I know I shouldn't really be going this long about a woman stripping down and getting into her suit, but here I am, so I might as well commit.
Might as well, because I mean, this is the stuff we were being exposed to. So.
Have you read the comic book Wolfson? Have you ever read the comic book of Cyber 6?
Nope, but I would like to. Anyways,
that is a graphic comic book.
Oh, I heard. But what I was gonna say was, I was gonna, of course, I was going to describe what I saw as a kid. So you know, the first thing that happens is that she pulls up her shirt again, stopping midway where you're close enough to see her goods, of course. But then you skip over and you see her putting on her suit, which, as I always say, best introduced to a woman is through her legs. So that's sorry, Leia plus size.
No offense, it's taken.
I'm just saying, is it true or not? The best introduction to a woman is through her legs. In scope. Hey, men get the same treatment too. If it makes all the female audience members in the chat, if it makes you feel any better, we get the same treatment too.
How dare you?
Through our feet. And shut up, Mad Nui. Shut up. Zip it. Not really. Not really.
Now this is going to make me beg the question. What was the first show that made everybody say, wow, there's more to this than I thought?
I'd have to
Maybe Phantom 2090.
No.
Oh, Sam Proctor has a brilliant comment. He says Wolf must have really liked Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yes.
Well, that
I can
again,
only speak for myself.
best introduction.
Maybe the
Best
Batman
introduction.
film.
Best
Maybe
introduction of a woman is through her
maybe the
leg.
Batman.
What's the first thing
film
that pop out?
Yep, that was. It was her leg.
Well, it wasn't Sharon Stone, that's for sure. Even though for a lot of guys who were in Leia's group, it probably was Sharon Stone.
But yeah, that was a brilliant suit up animation, or at least a suit up scene for Cyber 6. Of course, she fought all manner of monstrosities at night, not
I
necessarily
want to say Chase Meridian, maybe.
What are you talking about, Trooper?
Dr.
Women,
Chase Meridian.
through yeah, Dr. Chase Meridian.
Ew, you talking about you're adding legitimacy to what I'm talking about then.
Yeah, like I'm trying to figure out like when did I realize oh, you boy, I girl. I think it had to be Chase Meridian. I think it had to be Chase Meridian. I think it was
For me,
that would be Nicole Kidman. So that's about right for me.
I think for me it would probably have been Michelle Pfeiffer from
Okay.
Batman Returns, maybe.
Yeah, so right around that same time. Yeah, right around that same time.
That or maybe not Sharon Stone from Quick and the Dead.
Because it wasn't Vicky Vale, that's for sure. So
I mean, heck, Robin Williams got that treatment. Remember that? And Hook.
Oh yeah.
Now, granted, we get the best introduction ever in Hook when he finally becomes Peter Pan, but like the formal introduction is through his legs.
Mm-hmm.
So like I said, women don't feel like that's all you ever is. I'm just saying. We get that same. Don't feel left out. We get that same treatment too.
Oh, yeah.
Trust me. Even even Arnold Schwarzenegger got that treatment a few times.
Oh yeah, Conan the Destroyer,
Terminator 2,
Terminator 2, Total Recall.
I was bad to the bone. Bad.
Well, freaking was it?
I am a bad boy, especially if I'm talking about women and their legs and stuff. Bad.
Well, no, I mean, I'm thinking of the midget prostitute in Total Recall when she like freaking picks up the freaking rifle and she's like, ah! Because like at that point, was it Quaid is trying to escape with Melina, like, and I was like, wait a minute, midget women, okay. But oh yes, and then the don't get offended, Leia.
You talking about Total Recall?
Yeah, the three-breasted female.
Oh yeah, epic introduction there.
Yeah, or as Al Bundy would put it, what you need the third one for, and then Al Bundy goes dancing, and I'm like, I don't understand.
Oh, let's not forget True Lies.
Oh yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah. Sharon Stone, right?
Jamie
Lee Curtis.
Jamie Lee Curtis. Scream
Queen.
Yes.
Yeah.
The original Scream Queen herself.
That was a memorable dance.
Well, for some of us, the Scream Queen was,
the Scream Queen.
Well, for some, it was.
Let me stop real quick.
It was Scream for a while.
Push pause. Leia, should we segue right now?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
If you're ready.
You know what? I'm going to do something special for you, Leia. I'm pretty sure you liked Conan the Destroyer when they introduced Arnold through his legs.
You're going to be shocked at this, but no. Conan...
Not even the Not even the Wheel of Pain.
No.
They showed them. They introduced him. Oh wow.
Well, no. The Wheel of Pain was just too painful.
Because they introduced him through his legs.
Mm-mm.
I'm just driving the home point there. Like best injustice usually through a person's legs. Just saying. Because you never know whose feet are attached to that. No, I was gonna say not even the Wheel of Pain leg plus size.
No, not even the Wheel of Pain. You'll find this quite surprising, but Schwarzenegger's body type was not my thing. I mean, I
I'm
don't mind.
not surprised. I'm not really.
I,
You're more of a Stallone.
yeah, he was kind of okay.
They
Um,
introduced him. They introduced him through his legs too when he was running down that street in Rocky.
yeah, I like that.
I'm just
I
saying,
like,
best visual
Dun,
storytelling
dun,
too.
dun, 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 dun,
I like
dun, dun.
that. Yeah.
Well,
Or
So,
who was the precursor to Chris Evans?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Before
um,
Chris Evans, there was who?
before Chris Evans,
Dang it!
Oh,
It is not her day.
now we're gonna be stuck in suspense.
hmm Had I, three guesses, I would say John Claude Van Damme, maybe. Maybe.
I don't think that's a thing. I'm trying to think
Probably
of dudes.
not.
Trying to think of dudes. It's
Maybe
rough.
Mel
For
Gibson.
me, I'm going to say Bruce Willis.
You're gonna say Bruce Willis? Okay. Darn, I gotta think.
Are
Of something.
you guys guessing yours or hers?
Hers?
Okay.
Like her.
Mine,
So
if you want to know
so-
mine, just off the bat, it was all the girls from the James Bond movies. My dad would always be watching James Bond, and that
Nice.
was the moment where I realized I like girls.
I like girls. I like okay. So you were
yeah.
gonna say
Sorry, I disappeared. I had to think before Evans, and I know this because I have to remember all the posters I had on my wall.
oh wow.
Before Evans, I was into rock stars.
Oh
okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have got that.
So I was into rock stars before Evans in the 80s.
Bowie,
Bowie, the biggest one, I was a Duranie. I loved Duran Duran. I was a big Duran Duran fan.
Mm.
I was a oh, I love that. One of my favorite songs and all-time favorite.
Oh, so
all-time
that's
favorite.
why you like Labyrinth.
Mm.
oh my god! Oh my god!
Don't be embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed. You're not alone either.
I'm not embarrassed at all. I'm not.
Mostly,
You got it.
mostly I was fascinated not only by the junk that he had, but I was fascinated by his singing voice. Yes, I'm not afraid to admit that. I'm not
It's
afraid.
okay.
That thing was out there when he was doing Magic Dance. I was like, wow, I can't stop staring. It's just there, man. I'm just there acknowledging that it existed. That's all. I'm just saying. Like
And
the
then
moment he stands up and starts dancing, I'm seeing like, oh, it's right there. Okay. Go ahead, Leia.
then you're feeling me. You're feeling me.
Yeah.
And in the 90s, I guess it was Kevin Sorbo as Hercules and
Oh,
Kevin
Okay.
Smith as Ares. Those were
Kevin Smith,
my
yeah.
guys. Yeah, those were like
rest
my
his soul.
yep, yes and so and Kevin Sorbo as Hercules and so that was
So
my
you were the
pre-
little. So you were the young lady who said, "What? How could you reject Ares, Xena?"
yeah, I was. But then I thought she's a lucky gal because first she slept with Aeolus, then she slept with Hercules, but she wouldn't sleep with Ares. I don't know.
Wait. Where did she get Aeolus?
She did before she became Xena and she had her own show when she started off on Hercules as a villain. She was a villain and she seduced
Wait. You tell me she was the Amazon that seduced Aeolus?
Yes.
Yep, that was
Yeah.
her.
Okay.
She did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Technically, Xena did sleep with Aeolus.
She was using him for her own means.
Mhm.
Right. That's what she was. Yes.
as all the Amazons were doing. Well,
Yeah.
they were Well, I could have sworn when Hercules and Amazon happened, they kind of broke it a piece.
Oh goodness.
Oh no, she might. I'll wait. I can kind of wait for
I
her
don't
to.
know. I mean, I thought at one point maybe Xena and Hercules would be a thing, but that never really happened. It was more like Xena was kind of spun off of Hercules.
Mm-hmm.
No, the two of them had a mutual friendship and a respect for one another.
Yeah, yeah,
They
yeah.
did. And she's back.
Hola.
What we're saying was her, yeah, what we were trying to say. As a matter of fact, you know what?
Hmm.
Now that we bring up Hercules and Xena, did anybody remember the action pack segment on Channel 5?
Well, here in Michigan, it was channel 20. So
Mm,
I, I I I vaguely remember it. I just remember watching his show. I don't
yeah,
know if there was other shows on there, but I
like
mostly
the
remember.
Rising Sun, no, Vanishing Sun. Sorry, Vanishing Sun. That one Asian.
Yes. I know that one slightly.
Yeah, that one. There was some other stuff that I watched, but that they never really took off that much. It was Vanishing Sun for margin. I think two seasons, right, for a
Mhm.
while.
Yep, yep.
Hercules lasted way longer than Xena spun off of Hercules, and
Mhm.
nothing else happened after Action Pack. I was kind of disappointed there because I was feeling I know I was feeling Hercules more so than the other shows on that block, but I was hoping that those shows would continue. I was really hoping that. Of course, we also anybody ever heard of Project Mantis?
Yes,
That
and I was very disappointed that show went towards a more sci-fi direction.
yeah. What you want
I
to say, Leia?
hated.
I did watch some of it, but I didn't stay in with it. Maybe that's for the
Mm.
reasons Tony just said, because I watched it and then I just dropped out of it. So maybe that was, and I think this was it on the Sci-Fi Channel, because this is around the time the Sci-Fi Channel was like the place to go for
It
all your
was on
sci-fi
Fox
stuff.
11
Yeah,
for a
yeah, yeah.
while,
Because then
and it
everything was starting
migrated.
to move over to sci-fi. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
some of these
yeah,
shows migrated to sci-fi, like Farscape,
Yeah, you got
right,
Farscape.
Andromeda,
right.
Yeah.
Project Mantis, Sentinel.
Farscape was incredible. I loved that puppetry effect. That was like one.
Mhm.
If I recall, wasn't that like one of the last things Jim Henson Studios did before being bought out?
Until
Right.
Not
they came
sure,
back with
not sure because I didn't have sci-fi. Like anything that I was exposed to was like through a friend, or at one point, at one point, my family was stealing cable from the neighbors.
Ah, yes, I remember those days when you
They,
were
Yeah,
when you
yeah.
were bootlegging cable.
Oh yeah, yeah,
right.
yeah. Like their stuff ran through our unit, and it's like, oh, we're getting cable. So it's like,
Who
so
also heard of Nightman?
I hadn't.
This was around the time where we got like random superhero shows
I
that
do.
would pop in.
I do remember the show because I love the opening of that show. I love the music.
Na- na-
Yeah.
na- 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 na-
I,
na- na- na. Yeah,
I,
you also had Mutant X,
mhm.
Oh yeah, Mutant X. Yes, yes, yes.
I
which
was
was a
going to
Was that
go
was
ahead,
that was that
go
a
ahead, Lee.
failed? Oh, go ahead, Lamp. Let's say.
I was just going to say around that time, I think I read an article on TV Guide that science fiction was having a rebirth, a renaissance on television because so many popular shows were on the Sci-Fi Channel and were science fiction. When sci-fi was the only place you went to for anything sci-fi, horror, and fantasy. And at that
Mm.
time, like Farscape and the shows you mentioned, and then Nightman, when superheroes were not really at their peak. I think at one time they even had a Flash show at one time in the
Uh-huh.
90s that you guys didn't
Yep.
mention.
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Because like from all the paranormal science fiction, like it started. Same thing with like the ET. Now it was starting to. You started getting the Sci-Fi Channel. So anything that was still like on network television was stuff like we went from TNG to DS9 and DS9 to Voyager. And
mm.
that's what
Right.
that was the content we were getting on mainstream channels. While
Don't
those,
forget our final conflict, as we talked about in the
yeah, yeah,
back.
even Alien Nation prior to that, because like that's all within that same span of time. So
Babylon 5.
as families, yeah, as families started to go ahead and started subscribing to cable, Those who were left on network television got stuff like Babylon 5, DS9.
Network cable and pay-per-view.
Yeah, that was the other thing
Good night,
too.
Brian.
That was the other thing too, because pay-per-view was starting to. It was literally the precursor to streaming, like on-demand streaming.
I remember the pay-per-view channel because I would always go there because they were showing trailers all day for movies.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like Starship Troopers.
Yep.
Was one of them.
Yeah.
The Relic.
I definitely have the Relic and also have Starship Troopers on DVD for sure.
Nice.
The Relic is a better book than it was a movie.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. Absolutely. What and that's kind of where we've gone in 2021, where they'll buy something and it's not like the book at all. And it's literally to suck you in so that you'll go watch whatever it is that they term it to be. What, like Star Wars? That's a good one. The sequel the tragedy, or what is it? The sequel tragedy, if you will, of Disney. They bought out Star Wars. Everyone floods the theaters to see Star Wars, and generationally, you've got about maybe 2 or 3 generations that are like, "This isn't Star Wars." And
that was interesting. That why the sequel trilogy, I think, failed because there was too much of a gap between the prequels and the sequel trilogy.
Yeah,
and
subsequently.
The original. Well, not just the original, but also the prequel. The original, when you got to the prequel trilogy up to the sequel trilogy, when that prequel trilogy came out, that was a new generation of fans. The old school fans came in and said, "Hey, look at this. It's called the EU." And so that generation saw the sequel trilogy and they didn't like it.
Yeah, because same thing with me, Skinner. Like, I sat through the Farce Awakens and I'm like, why am I not enjoying it? Am I the only one that's not enjoying it? I'm like, it looks like Star Wars, sounds like Star Wars. Doesn't have the similar pacing.
One thing I hated.
Yeah, go ahead.
One thing I hated about the sequel trilogy. The
Just
dialogue. No, I'm saying there's a lot to hate, but one thing that stuck out to me the most was the dialogue.
I agree.
I cannot stand the way how they talked in the sequel trilogy.
Yeah, that's
let me bring an example. When they board the Millennium Falcon with Han Solo, right? And Chewie and Han talks, and Finn out of nowhere says, "You understand that thing?" I'm like,
well, I know what you're saying. It's colloquialisms and like pop culture references, if you will.
No, what bothered me was the fact that that's something like even if you want to have that dialogue, you could speak it in the world of Star Wars.
I agree exactly what you're saying.
Let me give you a play-by-play of how I would have written that dialogue, where Han and Chewie finish talking to each other, and Finn goes, "You speak Wookiee?" Or at least, you know what I'm saying, like something like that. Like you speak Wookiee? It's like, yeah. He's like, yeah. Don't you? He's like, a little bit. I barely studied in the academy. Something like that.
Okay,
like what Thor said about Groot's language in Infinity War. We studied their languages. It was the prerequisite in our schools.
Yeah,
something like that. Like it was elective or something like that.
Well, what you're getting at is more or less,
or in the case of Rise of Skywalker, they fly now.
Like when you try
now.
Okay, but when you try to do a period film, that is something that a film can fall real easily to, which is modern writing. And it gets to the point where, like, if you're not necessarily
Leia, are you still with
period
us?
Films.
I don't mean to stop you right there, Trooper. But Leia, are you still with us? She's still having difficulties because she would have responded by now.
Yeah.
The prophecy was that it was meta. It was a self-aware Star Wars movie. I mean,
yeah.
I already knew the problem right off the bat when Poe is brought before Kylo Ren and he just goes, "So who talks first? You talk first? I talk first?" No, In Star Wars, you go, Kylo Ren, you foul fiend. How could you have found me? Something like that.
Well, the easiest way to put it is it's Buffy speak in every other subsequent film. Because if you watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer or Angel, like it had its own colloquialisms. And that did kind of rub off on some people in pop culture. Even in Clueless, a lot of the stuff that was being thrown out there really rubbed off on
Juno.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. So
now suddenly every movie has to be like self-aware of itself.
It has to be self-aware. And me personally, what I don't like in a film is when you get dialogue that's modern. I like stylized writing, which more or less means it literally means you're not going to be using contractions in your dialogue. Something like Sherlock Holmes. I don't want to hear won't or can't. I want to hear will not. I want to hear cannot. I want to hear more of a discourse than
you shall not pass.
Exactly. I mean, exactly what you're saying.
Shall not pass. Right.
I want that with Star Wars because Star Wars is basically space opera. Embrace the operatic side, the Shakespearean Arthurian mythos. Have them say, even if it is as corny as heck, say, you are evil.
Another piece of the dialogue that stood out to me too, which was weird. I want you to take care of my boyfriend. I'm like, when has anybody called anybody boyfriend, girlfriend in the world of Star Wars?
Yeah, it's supposed
to. Clone Wars. Clone Wars, when they're on board, yes, I'm a nerd. I don't care. When they're on the Mandalorian ship, I'm sorry, not Duchess Satine ship, and they're being under attack by Death Watch, Anakin says, I'll go see what the disturbance is. You take care of your girlfriend. And he goes, wait, Anakin, she is not my girlfriend.
Yeah, and that was meant to be chiding, if you will. So it works within the context of that. But
Maz is, I don't know. It just rubbed me the wrong way.
What was Maz? What was she supposed to be?
We'll never know. She's a mystery box like everything else. She's supposed to be a she-Yoda.
Was she supposed to be a she-Yoda?
Yeah. Yes, because you got to remember, like, a lot of these older characters are still licensed by Lucas, so anytime they get used, he gets a cut of it, even though Disney owns them because he's the original creator. That's more or less what they worked out. I mean, informally, if you will. But, that's why they're having to insert their own...
Leia, are you still with us?
Hey, Leia.
Yes. Yes, fellas, I can still hear you.
So let me get you up to speed. We talked a little bit about how terrible the dialogue the sequel trilogy is. We question what the heck Maz Kanata even is. I hate the fact that she used the term boyfriend to address Chewie, the way how a MILF talk about a young lad.
No.
That's
no.
I got vicariously in a relationship, even though he doesn't know he's in a vicarious relationship.
Let me speak Leia plus size. I know how to speak Leia plus size. It's
kind of
like, yes, I do. Yes, I do. It's kind of like when we got when we got Age of Ultron, and then you got language.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like where Captain speaks we lost her. It's where Captain speaks a certain way because he's a man out of time, and everyone else is in modern speak, if you will. So that's kind of what we're getting at.
Samuel Proctor, I love that little thing he just said. Who was Maz? Another question for a good question for another time.
Well, more for another film we're not going to get. Go ahead, Leia.
Yes, I understood that reference.
Yeah. Like Captain has a certain way of speaking because he's a man out of time, and everyone else is just like laughing at him, and it's all modern, and the audience gets it. But again, Captain speaks a certain way. He doesn't use coarse language, if you will, and everyone else is just kind of like, ah. So,
well, I love that you say you speak Leia plus. I'm going to have to remember that.
So,
that's another thing that bugs me, though. It's like now every movie has to be like self-aware.
Yeah,
of
you
itself
all have
and
to.
call out its own corniness. Like, you know what you? I mean, creators don't self-deprecate on your product.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's just a low self-esteem right there.
That tells, yeah, exactly. That's both insecurity and tells you that even the creators themselves don't have faith in their product. However thinly veiled that might be, they are not all there.
Yeah.
Well,
Sam,
well, that's what
Sam,
I felt about.
sorry, go ahead. I was gonna read Sam
Oh,
Proctor's comment.
okay, I'll just say it was real quick. That's what I felt about the Shang-Chi trailer. It was okay, and in the end, that Disney
Mm-hmm.
Marvel quirkiness
Aquafina.
came in. Yeah. I'm like, why did they have to do that? And that took me
We
right
make
out.
a great team.
Yeah. Oh, don't talk down to me as an audience member. Don't
No,
talk
I
down
wouldn't.
to me.
I will
And I'm
say this: it's better than "and we're following the queen, and we're following the queen, and we're following
Look.
the queen."
Look.
For those who need context, that was from Ocean's
but
that all female Ocean's movie.
Ocean's
yeah,
8.
Oh,
Ocean's
yeah,
Eight. Yeah.
I didn't see that dribble. Mm-mm.
me neither.
I didn't mind it. It
Nah,
was there,
I
but
don't.
I
I
just
don't
remember
need.
Aquafina's line about "and we're following." I'm like, can you stop doing that,
I
please?
don't need. I don't need vagina monologues. Goes on a heist. I really don't.
Truth
Like.
Oh my god! I can't believe you. Okay.
be told, I was
I
only there
can't
for
hear that
Sandra
now.
Bullock. Sorry, I was only there for Sandra Bullock and Kate Blanchett. That's it. I wasn't there for Rihanna with her Rastafarian dreadlocks. I
Oh
wasn't there
Lord.
for up and coming
What was it?
Aquafina.
What was it? Now you're saying Rihanna with freaking dreadlock. Okay, so Queen Latifah was in like an all black female cast with Jada Pinkett.
Set off.
Yeah, it just reminded me of that. So,
Hey.
but
Hang
see,
on.
that was different. It wasn't like a whole bunch of freaking Karens go to freaking try
Right.
to bust into the Bellagio.
It was just
It
it was just a regular old movie about downtrodden women that are trying to do the best they can, but life
yeah,
deals them a terrible hand. They
and,
start resorting to drastic measures.
and Jada Pinkett trying to pretend she is a she's from the ghetto when we all know the most ghetto that woman has ever seen is like Sunset Drive. So
Yeah,
Although
yeah.
I do think Bulworth was pretty good.
yeah.
So, like I said, I was there only for Sandra Bullock and Kate Blanchett. I didn't care about Rihanna with her Rastafarian braid, her her um her buddy relationship with Aquafina.
A Force before A Force.
Uh, uh, s- I didn't care for Sarah Paulson being
Yeah.
being all Twitter pitted and fidgety and finicky about whether she want to do a heist or not. Didn't care about oh whoa Dakota Fanning was in here.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that?
What?
What? Huh?
Dakota Fanning was in this movie. Where?
Ele.
She disappeared.
You
Helena Bonham Carter was in this one too. Wait, hang on. Oh yeah, that's right. She was there. I just remembered. Who else was
So home
there?
dude was talking
Mindy
about
Kaling. I don't know
this
who
like
she's
female
supposed to have
oceans
been.
film, Leia, and I was like, well, I don't want to see vagina monologues going on a heist.
And he said
I,
it again.
I'm just
I
saying, man.
cannot unhear that now. Every time I hear Ocean's 8, I'm gonna hear that. I'm gonna hear that statement now.
I
I'm
think
just
that's stuck in
saying,
my head too. Trooper, don't feel bad, Trooper. I didn't waste my time or my money on that film because that was the beginning of virtue signaling,
Yeah.
man.
all female
Well,
films.
Mhm.
And sometimes these all film mashups I do not need to see.
Yeah.
no,
So I
not
don't
really.
need
Not
all of
all the
that.
time.
I would like to see, yeah, women power is great, but where are the sexy, strong, masculine men taking off their shirts and all greased up and sweaty, doing
Well,
the
I'll
masculine
save you
things that
guys the
they do?
trouble of
Give
watching
me
this
that.
movie. Period. I've never seen the other Oceans, but to me it handled just like every other Ocean. It's
Can I just
just
say
the
right
fact that
quick, also during the 90s, You had what I like to call the Disney animation renaissance.
Oh
When
yeah,
you
yeah.
had it started with the Little Mermaid,
Mm,
Aladdin. My favorite of that group, Beauty and the Beast, and then you had Lion King, and then you had what was other big? And when Disney was just cranking out what they do best, which was their classic animated features, and you had Aladdin, and you had my favorite is the animated Beauty and the Beast, and then you got the Lion
is
King,
anybody hearing her
Pocahontas, and
robot?
Yeah.
um, that's when Disney, the last
Leia, your
real
robot.
decade when Disney was doing good.
Yeah, that was actually around
That
a
was really
good
good.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember, like, for me anyway, for my brother and I mean, we were doing
Are we just
animated
gonna
films.
gloss over the fact that she roboted and disappeared
Yeah, we're just gonna just pick up the football and keep going. So
like
until
we
she
always
pops
do
back in,
in the
yeah.
show?
So yeah, so for me and my brother, I mean, yeah, we were in on Aladdin, we were in on Lion King, we did
Fox and the
Balto,
Hound.
yeah, like
Hang on, hang on.
Charlotte
Let's do a
Gaudy.
mic check, mic test, mic test. Leia, can you hear us? Are you still there?
Yellow.
Uh-oh. This is not her day.
Come
I
back to us, Lady of Valor.
It never happens on a Tuesday. It always happens on a Thursday. Why is it happening on a Tuesday now?
Cause we're talking about all these films and YouTube's like, So
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, the Oscars and how woke
oh heck
and
no.
virtuous the Oscars is.
You know,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
had it gone differently, I would have traded this dress for some marching boots. I'm like, woman, you have not ever seen the outside of a Victoria's Secret. I'm like, these freaking people, I find it so incredulous that they have to go ahead and virtue to their audience, which is like 58% less than their last audience, and their last audience was even worse.
Can I just
Are
say
you
what it is?
Were
Go
you,
ahead. Go ahead.
were you guys, Trooper, were you guys talking about Regina King and that ridiculous speech at the
Oh
Oscars?
yeah, I was like,
God. Oh my
Whoa,
God.
whoa. So
look,
that's why her face is
homegirl,
on Lauren Chin's thumbnail.
Yes.
look, homegirl was looking for her 5 minutes because her 5 minutes was up like 10 years ago.
Yes.
So
One,
she was looking to make some headlines, but it fell flat. So
Don't get me started on LeVar Burton.
I'm
You want to know what? But you want to know what
Lord.
You want to know what they said the big controversial thing of the evening was? Anthony
what?
Hopkins winning an award.
Oh yeah, because they were Chadwick Boseman. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, home bros. I'm like, his claim to fame to this point, excluding Marvel, is God's Egypt. Let the man breathe for a second, right?
That and get on up and Five Bloods. I'm like,
Yeah, I'm like, come on. I should have win. Black Panther. I'm like, okay. First
he
and
won an
foremost,
award already.
first and foremost, we're talking about Anthony Hopkins. Let's forgo skin color for a bit here.
The Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
we're talking about a dude that has done practically everything up to this point. Like,
You know what?
I mean,
Y'all might as well just cancel the award show if y'all think everything is a damn
well,
scam.
nobody was watching. None of us were watching. I wasn't
Nobody
watching.
watched it.
It was really funny. I actually put. I
Oh
put a
no,
comment.
no. I'm saying for those who attended, if
Well,
they're going to react
yeah.
like that.
Well, of course they're going to attend. They all like smelling their own farts. I mean, that's the whole point of the award shows. So,
Can I say something
Go ahead,
though?
go ahead.
I just want to say to all of those actors and actresses in Hollywood who were virtue signaling for years at the Oscars, congratulations! You are the elite. You are now walking.
they know this,
and you are yes. The Academy Awards has now become a bunch of rich people, not rich white people, rich people, just patting themselves on the back and telling us how they
How
are
good they are.
how great and cool they are. That's narcissism. That is like, if you want to watch narcissism, there it is, right there.
Okay,
dude. That's
okay,
like being in a dinner party and they just and you're surrounded by a whole bunch of rich people talking about their fake accomplishments.
You have to make sure you sit in the back with me now, because we have to go ahead and make sure everyone else has their 5-10 minutes on that stage.
Oh, yes. It's not at all sexist. It's not
No,
at all
no.
segregation when they
But
say.
first, Leia plus size. Give me the rundown of what Regina King said, because I want to roll my eyes. I haven't rolled them in a while now, and I feel good about stretching those eyes.
Hey, don't make me talk about exercise routines.
Well, I can't remember verbatim, but I do know she said something that Trooper just said, that if the verdict didn't go down the way it is in Minneapolis, she would trade it in her high heels for her marching boots. And then she said something to the audience like, well, I know y'all out there are going to turn off the TV because you think you're getting preached to, or something on that line, that you're going to turn off the TV or turn away because we celebrities are preaching. I can't remember all of that, but it's something on that line. She basically told the audience, she got, that I know some of them are probably going to turn away because they're seeing a bunch of celebrities we preaching to you or talking to you, or you think we talking too much,
Look,
or you want us to just shut up and act. And not one actor at that award show was grateful for being an actor. That's the thing.
I would have
Not
told
a one.
Carnisha, when you can get your NFL halftime show, you are more than welcome to suit up like Beyonce and twerk it for like 500,000 people on TV, and then go ahead and do your shtick. Because that's what Beyonce did. I was like, and people more or less who love
You know,
Beyonce,
I cued in on what Leia plus size said.
Yeah,
She
Leia hit it on the mark.
No, I cued in on what you said, Leia. When you said, she said if.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So she said if. I'm sitting here ask when you gonna do it then.
She ain't.
I'm still waiting on half of the celebrities to leave the country because they all said they would leave if Orange Man got elected.
You know, they're too busy loving their Netflix and freaking Dove candy or Dove chocolate bars. It's like they're not going anywhere. I mean, come on, get real.
So I'm like the Spartans at this point. If
I would have done this if you hadn't done that. It's like, you know what? Let me change the channel. It was really funny.
You know what? Let me get a time machine and sit you in the Nazi camp, and then take you back when you're done.
Yeah, if you want to see, if you want to see true evil, there it is.
And you know, it wasn't too long ago. It wasn't too long ago when Queen Latifah was rhyming about UNITY. So come on.
Regina King is the most overrated tokenized Black woman in Hollywood. Yes, I said that.
For real.
At this point, I used to say my praises of that woman. I used to say my praises of that woman. I really did. I like when every time she hopped on screen, I was like, yeah, Regina King. Not no J Pick. I'm all on Team Regina because we all know them ladies competed.
Yes,
we all know her, Nia Long, what's her name from Low Down Dirty Shame? Vivica,
Jada,
Vanessa. They were all competing. Lisa Ray.
Was it Angela Bassett was coming into that at the end of that? Like
Angela Bassett. But you know who still stays top Black woman? Pam Grier.
Yeah.
None of these. I'm saying it right now. Even if I'm a fan of Lisa Ray, even if I'm now formerly a fan of Regina King, and I'm a fan of Angela Bassett, none of the women come close to Pam Grier because she's the trendsetter.
Oh,
I agree.
Absolutely.
I think
she's a real trailblazer.
For me, it's Naomi Harris.
Oh, okay.
You can have that. You can have that. I'm still gonna keep my Pam Grier. Before I had his comment hover too long. I'm gonna address it.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to stop you right there, Leia. And I know you're big on time too, so let me get that out of the way.
Yeah, she's got to start cooking soon.
Yeah. What's cooking, Doc? But he says that you talk first quit also screwed up the tone of the scene. Ren just massacred a village and killed an old man who he just talked to.
Exactly. That would be the moment where Poe Dameron would have said, he's like saying, Kylo Ren, you monster. He says, Ren, you monster. These villagers were, this was between you and me, not them. Why couldn't we get that kind of dialogue?
You didn't have to kill those people. They were innocent. They were harboring a fugitive.
I mean, I don't think anyone even knew about.
They were harboring an enemy of the First Order.
Well, I was just saying, I don't think anyone.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to be really quick. He says anyone
Okay.
who stands against the First Order is an innocent.
Well,
Mhm.
I'll tell you about Regina King. Like, I don't think anyone even knew who she was back in Boys in the Hood, and I don't think it was
Yep.
until probably Poetic Justice
Yep.
that her name kind of got thrown around. But that was it. That was it. And then she pops up again. What, Friday? I mean, she had a few films there, here and there. But what has she done to, like, bring in the mega blockbuster money? Nothing. Absolutely freaking nothing. So I mean,
Nothing. She's not a
She was
box office
she was
star.
an enemy of the state,
mhm.
but
Mhm.
she
Yeah,
loved.
but
She was a wife, of course. She was in that shitty ass. Excuse me, guys. Watchmen.
oh,
Mm-mm.
The less said about that show, the better.
you used the right words for that show, Wolf.
There's a whole ton of shit and ass in that
Mhm.
show. Too much of it for my taste, and I'm usually an ass man usually.
She
But
Mhm.
I'm trying to list off what she has done that actually really wowed me about her. Other than she recently directed a movie that my mom singing her praises about undeservedly.
see
No offense to my mom.
here's the thing. How does she
Mhm.
get that gig? Does she get that gig because she's a talented director, or does she get that gig to tick a box? We don't have a female black woman directing. Who shall we get? Oh,
That's how
Regina
it works.
King.
Yep.
Hey, she hasn't directed anything,
You,
but hey, she's a black female. Who cares?
Oh,
you
we can't get you
hire,
Renee. She's
and if
working
you
on New
hire
God.
people just on those qualities alone, you are not part of the solution. You are part of the problem.
Mm.
Exactly.
No,
Exactly.
Trooper brought up, what, internals, right? New Gods.
Mm-hmm.
The black woman. Yeah, we got a black woman writing for New Gods, which I'm glad they pulled that plug.
Oh yeah.
Oh
It
yes,
sucks
Um,
because we lost Trench in the process, but I'll take it.
Ava DuVernay is the
uh,
worst.
Oh yeah.
we
I'm
got
no
we
fan
got
of
an
hers.
Asian woman that's supposedly directing the Eternals. I don't even
That,
know what she directed to really gives me what's the word, a benefit of the doubt that she'll f it up, or at least that will elate my fears
well,
of
here's it.
a potential ruined movie.
Well,
Mm.
What has she
we have seen no pictures, no trailer, no teaser, no nothing about this movie,
We
The
did get a
Eternals.
poster. We did get a
Yeah,
poster.
but they,
And, and a few Comic Con still.
Based on the
yes,
poster.
based, yeah, but
Based on a true
yes,
poster.
yeah.
You get Infinity War, right? You got the black.
Recognition
You got
in this
statues
movie.
of the Black Order.
Mhm.
Mm-mm.
Statues. When it came to
Mm-mm.
Infinity War, and mind
Mm-mm.
you, people can say what they will about the Black Order. You know, say what you will, but I'm saying we got statues of the Black Order
Mhm.
before Infinity War hit. We had concept art of
Mhm.
Guardians and the Avengers
Oh
when it came
yeah.
to Infinity War. We had costumes ready,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
stills of the costumes, stills of the locations of the actors and the
Yep.
directors and all the crew. But that's only
Mm-hmm.
because that's before the plague hit, of course. But
Yep.
even then, like even if they were announcing this stuff, we were not getting anything from the Eternals.
Nope.
Just
No,
we got this
Just a
China
failed
woman
TV show.
directing the superhero movie.
we got this
A
China
failed
woman.
Okay,
TV show.
okay, you got a China woman directing. Okay, what else she do?
Well,
She directed. Yeah, what did she direct? What is her style of writing? What is her style of directing?
I forgot
They
that
go,
when Schooner and I are in your
we're doing
space, we
an
have to
Eternals movie.
decenter.
What'd you say, Schooner? Sorry, Trooper.
He's like adding on to what you were saying. You were like going, what did she direct? How does she write? What else can you tell me about her? And the studio just goes, have you heard we're directing? Have you heard we're making an Eternals movie?
Yeah, we're not gonna get anything. We're not gonna get anything from Eternals other than what freaking Pasha is on in terms of freaking testosterone replacement therapy. So
Oh, here we go.
yeah,
Oh,
because Because homeboy freaking is looking a little stacked. So I mean, we know he's a little juiced. A lot of these dudes are sauced. So it's like I mean, it's the only way you can make these radical body transformations. Because Wolf and I, we hit the gym or whatever. We're not gonna be looking like freaking 10-pound stacks in like 6 months. It's just not gonna happen. So
we'll look like High School Musical mostly.
gosh, poor Zac Efron, man. Like he went from freaking Teen Dream to Dad Bod, and it's like
he had football. He had football abs originally. What does he look like now?
Well, okay, I want to say his
Destroy the dream for me.
His peak was around the Hairspray revival, and then he ended up on Baywatch, and I want to say that was kind of like the downturn because
I like Baywatch.
Once you're on Baywatch, you're like a piece of meat, right? Because that's why you're tuning in. I mean, you're not tuning in for the hop. I mean, he's a little peaked at this point.
I'm talking about the movie, but go ahead.
But yeah, so I mean, you're tuning in to see like these bodies, right? It doesn't matter that they're dumb as a stump or they're like not the sharpest pencil in the crayon box. But
I like them in Neighbors, though.
Yeah, so I mean, like when he was on Baywatch, freaking Zach was looking pretty dry, and I'm pretty sure he was cycling then. He's not cycling now, but if you were to look at a picture of him now, he's got what most women would consider a dad bod.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
And I feel very strongly about this, and I got to get it off my chest. Instead of calling it a dad bod, can we just call it a father figure?
If you so feel offended, yes.
If it makes you better body positivity,
yes.
Cooney.
You know what? We could do a part 2 of the body positivity.
Oh my goodness!
Yes, we could.
We could talk about that all day long. That's something I missed talking to. I was also missing talking about. Definitely, we could do a part. Well, not necessarily
because you notice body positivity 2021 is aimed at women. It's aimed at women. We're not talking about obese dudes. We're not seeing obese dudes in tight clothes, twerking. We're not seeing any of that. The closest thing we get to that is maybe like an Uber Eats commercial where like everyone is literally heavy and overweight and they're jamming to their own tune or whatever while they're like sipping on shades.
Lil Nas VZ 2000 whatever, working in front of the devil.
Yeah, putting out.
The best moment I've ever seen in a movie that projected body positivity was among the best movies. But have any of you guys ever seen Paprika?
No, I haven't.
I've never even heard of that.
It's an anime
that everybody said, that Inception stole from. I'll argue till the sun comes down that it's not, but it's a good movie.
It is very good.
Yeah, there's a sequence in this movie where this very, very overweight guy is stuck in an elevator, and our main heroine pulls him out of it. And they just have this moment, and I just think it's adorable.
Excuse me. Sorry.
I posted a link
on the radar. Yep. I remember this bullshit.
Oh, I hate that commercial. Everyone's freaking fat. Even the fucking... Oh, sorry.
Okay, that's
the first time, Trooper.
I know. I'm getting all worked up, man. Even the bleeping kid. Even the bleeping
right here.
Kid. Yeah,
I might as well throw this shit up. Free for all, everybody. Fucking have at it. Fuck.
No.
I'm kidding. No. I ain't giving up my rule.
But yeah,
so I'm going to make a confession. I'm going to make a confession that when I hear the talk of body positivity, it is sensitive to me because one, I'm full figured, but I'm a work in progress.
Yeah, exactly.
But number two, just because I'm, for instance, I find myself beautiful, doesn't mean I'm against making myself better. And I
Right.
think that there is this notion that if a large woman sees herself as beautiful and attractive in nice clothes, it means that you are endorsing obesity. And that, I'm sorry guys, that's a lie. It is an
Yeah.
absolute lie. It's not what I'm for. Again, I'm for. I can't talk down to myself. If I talk
Love
down to
yourself.
myself,
Yeah.
but I am not against being healthier, and that's exercise and the right food. I'm not against that at
I'm
all.
Absolutely.
not. I'm not against
Yeah.
people like Nick Frost, who's
Yeah.
a plus size man that does the craziest shit in movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see
Bruh.
that is the well, and you see, and that's the difference. We're talking about people that are absolutely comfortable where they're at in life, but
Or like,
still improving,
or
versus
remember, what's
Uber
that one
Eats
movie?
commercial where they're literally like selling you on the idea that you can just get food from an app, and everyone literally in the commercial is like sucking on a shake, taking a bite out of a burger, and they got their gut hanging out. It's like not even it's like not even like a thing. It's in your face now. And it's like, and it's their brand of body positivity, but that's not body positivity. So
So I always thought, me personally, I'm a lady. Like I said, I always thought Gina Carano had a nice shape.
yeah,
Hmm.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
If I
that's
like
that's
Gina
one.
Carano, that means I love thick women. I
Mhm.
love. I'm. Dare I say it? I also love plus size women too. So
Yep, Gina
don't get
Carano
it
is not.
twisted.
Oh,
I
see,
Don't
get
talk
you.
get it twisted.
into
I
Gina.
get you.
I was already into Gina Carano when I saw her in Deadpool.
I was into
Yeah,
her when
yeah,
when I
yeah.
yeah.
first watched Haywire. That's where I began
Oh,
at.
hey, when I forgot about that movie.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
And that
Gina came with her
monthly.
built-in audience. Like,
I understand why you forgot about it because as good as that movie is, it's a sleeper hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
oh
like Atomic
gosh,
Blonde.
freaking the
But
sleeper hits. That that was something that became a thing too when we had blockbuster films. Like our last big blockbuster film was literally Spider-Man. I
Hmm.
don't remember any other big blockbuster films where like the lines were like out the door to get in to see a film. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Yeah,
yeah.
like that was like, when you had quote summer blockbusters. And well, in you also have to kind of take into consideration the technology had also changed. So, I mean, we even touched upon it, between the four of us that, especially Schooner, he brought it up, the pay-per-view cable and
mhm.
having access to just regular network television.
Later on, we had On Demand,
Yep.
Yep. I remember though
free.
when. Do you remember when? I can only speak for myself. But if you owned the Disney Channel, you were like everybody was like, "Whoa, you're on a whole other level."
Or
Yeah, I
Cartoon
did.
Network.
Yep.
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 Cartoon Network,
Yeah, that's right.
Boomerang, yeah, all that stuff.
Freaking Powerpuff Girls aired
Bruh,
on friggin'
my
Cartoon Network.
friends, some friends that we hung out with were MVPs because their freaking older siblings had a PS1
Yep.
playing Final Fantasy 7.
Oh
You were
goodness.
you were you were the top eight if you had
Hmm.
that in your home, or at least a PS2. You watch somebody else
Oh
play
yeah.
Final Fantasy 10 2, or at least 10, like, or at least watching somebody playing Resident Evil. That was something to behold. And
Oh yeah. Like my brother was like, "Yeah, I've got Final Fantasy on PS2. Yeah, I'm playing Red 13." I'm like,
Not just that, it was like also mountain bikes. These we were like all of our stuff. See, to us, that was like a what was they like a Ferrari to kids.
yeah,
hmm
yeah, yeah.
or
And
if you had Tony Hawk Pro Skater, that
yeah,
bro,
forget all.
I'm sticking around for a while until the lights until the street lights come on, man. We playing Tony Hawk.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, and it's like forget these freaking I can't think what they're called right now.
TikTokers
Well,
and
that too. That
social
too.
media hits.
No,
Like
I was going to talk about
it ain't never gonna beat the whole you going to your friend's house and
Nope. I
just
no.
like another great thing about the '90s. I think we really were the last generation that went outside and did stuff.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. No, no,
Agreed.
no,
even if
no.
we
In truth,
had started having cell phones, we was playing with those things.
yeah, yeah, because freaking like so you had the boomer generation, and then you had Gen X. And Gen X was not about freaking sitting there freaking taking care of their kids. I mean, if they actually had kids, and it's like,
Hmm.
you know, it was like, all right, you're on your own. You know, yeah, cool, do whatever you want. Yeah, I got a cool dad because he lets me do whatever I want. You know, and you know,
Mhm.
and that's where the
Well, that's where the
millennials.
illusion came in too, because they were like saying, "My parents got me this, 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 and this," and all the kids are saying like, just like that episode in The Simpsons. Bart says to this one rich kid who's coming in, he's like, "Wow, I bet that kid is never unhappy."
Yeah. It's so like by the time we get to millennials, the ones that are already starting to have kids are already just shoving tech into the Zoomers' face. So
That's what
like,
we'll call this generation, not boomers, not millennials. We'll call them Zoomers.
yeah. So I mean, that's kind of where the pop culture has gone, where now it's like on demand,
No,
binge
it's actually
watching.
worse. You know what's really worse?
Hmm.
They
Well, what?
go places. No, they go places, and the kids have the devices in their hands. Have you
Yeah,
seen
yeah.
stuff like that, especially in public transportation? Like like you'll see a mom with their child
Hmm.
on the train, and this kid has her cell phone in his hand playing with it, or
Oh
at
yeah.
least the tablet. I'm like, you're not going to get engaged with your child. You're not even going to, you know, tickle him or something. Nine places, nine places where I think you think I'm
Tickle,
going.
tickle, tickle.
None of that nonsense.
Oh no, we're not talking cheese
Otherwise, I'm going to
pizza.
report you to the police on that
Yeah,
front.
we're
But
not talking
I'm
cheese pizza,
I'm
pasta, and
just
all
saying,
that
like
stuff.
when every time I took my niece outside, I would engage with her. Like I would teach her the traffic lights. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, had a little
Yeah.
game with her. I like red light, green light, all right, yellow light, slow down, red light,
Yeah, it's
stop.
going to
Yeah.
be a sad day when
And I
the
asked her,
person
"What's
who
the green light?"
doesn't.
She says, "Go," and then we go. Like, all right, now
Mhm.
let's go. It's like you
It's
see
going to
that
be
walk
a sad
sign.
day
We
when
see
the
that
person who
walk.
doesn't have the cell phone is considered the weirdo.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I've noticed that.
Well,
Leia plus size. Yeah, go ahead.
I just think with some of these millennials, there's this entitlement that they feel that they have. There's a sense of laziness. In other words, everything's supposed to come to me right here and right now. Even though I didn't work as hard to get it, I still deserve to get it just because. And then you talked about the parents. Well, it's like they want to be parents in name, but they don't want to accept the work that comes with being a parent, just as you described, Wolf. That means you're going to have to put down and there's nothing against having, social media and things like that. But I remember growing up and playing board games. And even though that's
Hmm
a long time ago in a far
Yeah,
off land,
Uncle
we
Wiggily.
played, yes, board games, Perfection, all these
Right.
kind of other games, Mousetrap. I forgot that other one. Uh, I
Connect
can't think
Shark
of it.
Four.
Attack,
Connect
Trouble,
Four, Trouble, um, card games,
Thin
Uno.
Ice.
Yeah, yeah, memory.
Yes, all those games. I mean,
I was
lived it for
jealous
a
of my
paragraph.
cousins when they had the board games that I really wish we had. Like like like
Mhm.
uh like Perfection.
Hey, I'm
Yeah.
really good at Stratigo, so I'm good at Risk and I'm good at Stratigo. Actually, no, I take that back. I am terrible at Risk. Like I'm good through
They have it on
beginning all the way
Sega.
through
You
mid
know that,
game,
right?
but by a late game, you'll probably take me out by the time we get to late game Risk, because usually when it's down to two players, I usually cave quickly because my strategy has always been to lay subtle while like your opponents are being taken out, and you're literally kind of like trying to inch your way to end game. But by the time I get to end game, I have like nothing, so it's like, oh well, yeah, I died.
Well, you're
Uno
just going
was
Like
to have to take.
chess.
Yeah, hungry hippos.
What you gonna say, Leia plus size?
Uno was serious business in our house. I mean,
Hmm
alliances were formed or
Yeah.
destroyed by that game,
Oh
even with
no!
family members. The bigger oh my goodness, it was some serious. I mean, me, not just my family, but aunts, uncles, cousins. When it came to
Jenga.
Uno, it was, excuse me, it was some serious business. People's feelings got hurt if you played Uno. took it seriously. So people wanted revenge through Uno.
Oh,
Bets was placed.
wow.
It was some serious business. That game was serious business in the
Makes me wonder what would happen if Monopoly came into the picture.
Oh, Monopoly was no joke. I mean, we came up,
it wasn't. That
uh,
was another one too. Monopoly
like we
was
had
business.
rules. We came up with like a HUD monopoly. So yeah, well, it was more poking fun at these freaking high end properties. So instead of high end properties, you only had like
Now we have Miss Monopoly.
more or less, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So it was that kind of stuff, and it's
What next? We're gonna have I don't know.
well, you know what? Speaking of board games, they actually added a character to Clue. They have Miss Orchid. So, and
What's she like?
you can guess what her ethnicity is if her name is Miss Orchid. So,
I think I know. Yeah.
Maybe me too.
Come here.
rhymes with Lucy Lou.
I was
Yeah.
was thinking that. Yes.
I was thinking
Yeah.
Latina. I was thinking
Mhm.
Latina.
Oh well, no Latinx with stumps yet. Still waiting.
Wow. It's gonna, yeah. Eventually.
I want to get my Michelle Rodriguez, doing she. It's like so. But yeah,
She-
so I mean, like, yeah, so we went from like supernatural to sci-fi, and
Mhm.
after sci-fi, I don't know what happened.
Well, I think Trooper. I think that's when the Twilight phenomenon crap. Excuse me. Whoops, almost slipped
yeah,
out.
yeah,
No, you can say
no,
crap.
no,
Yeah.
you got
Crap.
it. Yeah, no, you hit it on the nose. That's what the next thing was.
Yeah. The next thing was
I'm not gonna place you guys saying crap.
Because I remember all the hot chicks were running around with these freaking books, and they were all whispering to themselves. And I kid you not, they all had their legs crossed. And when you cross your legs, there's something going on. So they were all like whispering,
true for
talking
men
about these freaking
and women.
books. They were talking about these freaking books, and I did not know what was going on. They were talking about freaking Twilight. They were all about Twilight.
that. Yeah, that came. My nephew what made me aware of it because he talked about it when he was in school. And he said how he couldn't stand us. He said, "All they want to do, Auntie, is sit around and read some stupid Twilight.
Yeah.
Some stupid dude with hair.
Before
It
that-
doesn't make sense. It's all stupid. They don't want to talk. Says ain't no hot chicks in the book or nothing." That's what my nephew.
Yeah, they're all talking about freaking Edward Cullen.
Before that, there was the Zane books. Anybody heard of the Zane books?
Mm-mm.
No, I
Yeah.
wasn't into the adult fiction that was taking some work by
That's not
storm.
adult fiction. That's erotica.
No, like
Oh,
Complete, unadulterated erotica.
well, I
They
mean,
talk about everything
I
in
mean,
graphic detail.
like
In
networks
Zane-
like
in
NBC,
Zane's
CBS,
quote unquote.
and
you-
like no. On that same vein, I think I do kind of remember it because on that same vein, like the mainstream networks were putting out all the Danielle Steele smut. So that was like around the same time, like movies like quote Palomino. I never even watched the film, but I just remember the title, and it was like like adult female geared entertainment is how I remember it.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
like
somehow Zane made it into high school, my high school, and that's all the girls talked about
Mm-mm.
in high school. You read Zane? You read Zane? You read the latest Zane book? I'm like, what the heck is Zane? Who the heck is Zane? So I find out years later to this day that she's a woman that goes by Zane of all things. And I think I read one of her books, like a small excerpt, and I'm thinking like, this is what you guys liked? Like just dudes just treating women like crap, and girls treating dudes like crap, and treating each other like crap, and they just sleep
Apparently.
around each other. I'm like,
Yeah.
what?
Because why not? I mean, It was always happening on freaking Dawson's Creek. You know, was it going to be Dawson or was it going to be Pacey? Although she wasn't really, sleeping or whatever. And what's really funny is like if you watch like this, the WB promotions, it had Katie Holmes and it had Jamie Foxx in there because like remember how I told you how
Oh, I missed that
Black
one. Jamie
Entertainment,
Foxx
yeah,
show.
yeah, like that was also on WB. So what's really funny is they're now married. So it's hilarious to see that now because she's like this little wannabe teen dream. Oh, I got two dudes, and everyone wants to be like Katie Holmes, and here you have, grown Jamie Foxx, on the WB promotion.
Yes. I
So,
agree. Yeah.
so,
And
so
and but then again, I may have skipped the period of about the time Lord of the Rings came out and Harry Potter came out. So you had the wizardry. And I don't know if it was
yeah,
before Twilight or after, which I didn't mind because I read the Lord of the Rings books. I loved Tolkien, so I read all the books. So when the Fellowship movie came out, I absolutely loved it, and as a huge fan,
I
I
was
still got
excited. I was
I
really
yeah,
excited.
very excited
that was the
when
next big thing. Yeah.
you're
That's
right.
only because I came into it after seeing the Ralph Bakshi animated.
I saw
Yeah.
that too. I saw that
Mhm.
too. Wolf and Scooney. I saw that movie too. So I read the books. I was aware of the Baxter cartoon. So I was very excited about the live movie. In fact, it was something I always waited on. I always wondered, will they ever do a live action movie of these books? I wonder if Hollywood will ever do that. And so when that was,
Crazy.
I yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Exactly.
and then when I went to see it, it blew me out the water. I mean, it surpassed my expectations. Everybody says, "Well,
Mm.
it's just 3 hours." I said, "Those 3 hours did not bother
Roboting
me because
again.
No, not at
so
all.
I was
Not at all.
so you're right. I was so into it. I mean,
Hmm.
from the acting, the costumes. I mean, Orlando Bloom was everything I envisioned Legolas to look like. The costumes. I love what
I
Peter
was still
Jackson.
on Aragorn.
I loved Aragorn too. Yeah, Aragorn is. Yeah,
I
oh
just
yeah,
remember
loved Aragorn.
I just
Viggo Mort.
remember liking Aragorn in the Bakshi film because he had a broken sword. I was like, that was kind of neat that he's fighting
Oh,
with a broken sword.
I always thought
Even though,
Viggo Mort.
go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, you talk about Oscars. I don't know why Viggo Mortensen never won an award for Aragorn because that guy was Aragorn. I mean, from the way
Why did
he
they sleep on him
stood.
after he did A History of Violence?
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know. I don't know. I don't know if the culture was starting to change right after that, but like
Which,
those
by the
were
way,
Dude,
fun
really
fact.
epic
you have
films.
not. If
I
you
Fun
have
mean,
fact.
not seen History of Violence, you need to watch A History of Violence.
like they in terms of popularity at that time, they eclipsed the sequel trilogy in terms of like expectations met because
Hmm.
of the way the films were shot, and also Peter Jackson was using large scale miniatures to get the detail into those films. Like, yeah, they
He
show
was
a
a
little wear
creative
today. They show a little bit of wear, but not enough to actually say, you know what, I can tell these movies are old.
cave troll.
Yeah.
So yeah, like
but still,
The
I see
sounds it makes
still.
still make it feel real.
It's
yeah.
20 years since it's been 20 years since the Fellowship of the Ring,
Mhm.
and I think it still holds up. I
I
get what
think
you're
Yeah.
so.
saying. I think even with the little bobbles, I think it still holds up, and I agree with Trooper. It surpassed the sequel trilogy in just what Peter Jackson did with he didn't rely so heavily on CGI. There is CGI in it, but
Oh yeah,
not enough. It's not. It doesn't totally over. He used it when he needed it,
yeah. It's
but
not
it's
movie
not.
breaking.
Give
Yeah,
Peter
Okay.
Jackson. I also give Peter Jackson a lot of credit because for the longest time, everybody was looking to adapt The Lord of the Rings, but everybody deemed it unfilmable. But Peter
Yeah,
Jackson did it.
All right.
yeah.
yeah.
For the next few minutes and last hour, we'll bring Schooner. We'll put the spotlight on Schooner
Schooner,
because
schooner.
I'm pretty sure he has a laundry list too.
Bloop, 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 bloop,
Oh,
bloop.
dear.
I never got to. I was going to bring up, but we can bring this up another time because I want to let Springer talk. But I was
Well, we
going to
can.
talk. I was going to just mention a little bit about uh, um, the cable and basic cable shows, and that was
I don't feel
the
interested in hearing that, Leopold.
Oh, thanks. Good. That won't be long.
No,
I'm talking to you had, well, for me, my list, if we're getting up into the millennials,
Yeah,
into the
yeah,
thousands, I had three shows that I thought were really excellent, but different. They're HBO's True Blood, first three seasons.
Mhm.
yeah.
Only
Yes.
first three
Um,
seasons.
yeah, the only first three seasons. Only first three seasons. I actually liked Mad Men, and I watched it all seven seasons. You guys never watched it, but I adored it. I loved. I thought it was the best character dramas on television. And I have everybody rats on it now, but I have no shame to say, when The Walking Dead first premiered, that was my show on TV when all
Yes.
Yep.
the first six
Yep.
seasons.
Yes. Yes.
You
uh,
could not pull
Even
me.
when zombies were starting to become
Yes.
stagnated by that point. Go ahead, Leia.
I agree with you, Commander. At that time, True Blood and Vampire Diary, vampires were all over the TV, and so nobody wanted to do a show about zombies. So,
In a while,
y-
no, yeah,
yeah,
because there was a lot
AMC.
of them at that point.
Yeah, there was a lot of them, and nobody wanted to take a chance on them. So
Mhm.
AMC took a chance on it. And let me tell you something. You couldn't pull me away from the TV on a Sunday night. And I liked the talkback show too. I loved it. I loved the talkback show
Mhm.
that followed after the show, that had the guests, that had the staff, some cast members and the writers talking about what we just saw. Nobody was doing that on TV before The Talking Dead did that. Sunday night was my must see TV. When The Walking Dead came on, I even had a voicemail on my phone. I'm watching The Walking Dead. Please don't leave a message. I will get back to you once the show is over. And that was, you could not pull me away from that TV when that show was on. I was a fanatic for that show. I still got some Walking Dead movies in my
I
house.
only have, I think
Days
I only
Gone,
have one. Yeah, I have one of the books.
Yeah.
Days, yeah, I never read the comic, but I knew a guy at work that had copies of the comic, so he would loan it to me to read. I think Days Gone By is one of the best pilots I've seen on television. I love Days Gone By because it did a good job capturing what we loved about zombie pictures
Hmm.
and also adding something new because it captured what we always know, the what are zombie pictures. The world is gone to hell and zombies are running everywhere, but it also was able to make it into a little drama, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I
Because
loved it.
we had gotten Dawn of the Dead, Zack Snyder.
Mhm.
I don't simp for Snyder, but yeah. So on that same vein, we started getting the genre shows with undead. Um, and
Yeah.
Leia brought up something that I had completely forgotten about. Uh, what ended up transpiring after sci-fi is suddenly you had all these other cable channels trying to get the market share of the casual viewing audience who now was in cable. So you had channels like Showtime who had shows, of course, Penny Dreadful and that kind of thing.
And
Hmm.
Yeah,
Dexter, yeah.
yep, Dexter, HBO was the thing,
well, HBO was still
AMC,
a thing.
yeah,
HBO though had to up its game.
yeah, yeah. So you
Yeah,
had
yeah.
all these,
Got competition basically. Heck, well, let me add to what you're saying, Trooper. Back then, competition was okay.
Mm-hmm.
well,
Competition was okay.
well, the
We
competition
it
had
was
moved, like
no, I'm
from
just saying,
from
like
yeah,
even
yeah,
if there was like almost zero competition for a time period
right,
where a series or a movie or a movie franchise set the precedence,
hmm,
that like competition began on the rise. It started
right.
to begin on the rise.
But what
Like
was
there's always competition. Now they want to take away competition because they don't like conflict.
well, no,
People
no, no,
can't
no,
handle
no, no.
conflict.
What was happening was is the competition for the market share moved on to cable in terms of cable streaming, right? So
Right.
what was happening with the network, which is generic networks like that you can just get on your TV via antenna, they were starting to homogenize in content because everyone had already moved to cable. So and that's what we're getting now. Everyone is now on streaming. So everything else is starting to homogenize.
Hmm.
So yeah, so the competition had gone from ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox to Showtime, Cinemax, HBO Max,
And AMC,
and
which
AMC.
yeah.
And then you got, yeah, and then you got you you know, we got zombies, and then that became a huge thing. So
Yeah, I agree with you, Trooper. I think that when The Walking Dead hit television, because I noticed all the networks, all the shows were putting everything on a Sunday night. Sunday night was now becoming must see TV.
mhm,
Everything now moving to a Sunday night.
yep,
So when that came out, and because HBO pretty much had it to himself, The Sopranos was just blowing everybody away. But then here comes AMC with The Walking Dead,
yep,
because True Blood was now dying down after
yep,
the third season. It just went into the trash. So HBO
Mhm.
was like, oh, what do we have to do? I think that's why they worked hard to acquire Game of Thrones. They needed something to compete with. I think to compete with AMC. I think it was about competing with
Yeah.
AMC because at
yeah,
one time,
Well, it was also what led to Walking Dead was Breaking Bad,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yes, yes,
because suddenly Breaking Bad was, wait a minute, this is a mature themed show on cable, not on cable, and it's not on HBO.
yes.
yep,
Hmm.
yep, 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 yep. You hit it. You hit it on the nail because out of nowhere, that's where AMC got their smash hit.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes, I agree because that's when HBO was moving up with Game of Thrones, AMC said, okay, now what we do, and there came Breaking Bad. So what we'll do is we'll do a show that has that has the atmosphere of HBO, but we're going to put it on our network, basic
Yep.
cable,
And you
and that
had no, go ahead.
no, and I said, and that was the best. Yeah, Bryan Cranston again. I got to go back to Bryan Cranston,
Cranston, yep.
great actor, transferred himself from that comedic dad
Mhm.
on Malcolm in the Middle to the character Wright he plays on Breaking Bad.
So
Yeah.
for everyone in the chat, you're literally growing up with us as we're
Mhm.
here at this table talking about this stuff. Yeah, and then
We're doing
Showtime.
our own little versions of one elderly person that you hang out with every day
Yeah,
because
yeah,
they
yeah.
have so many tales to tell that you just want to sit down, your legs sit, just lay on your chest with your legs cocked up and your chin on your palms, just
Yep.
listening to their stories.
Meanwhile, Disney is busy scrubbing Uncle Remus and still freaking putting out freaking Disney movies. But getting back to AMC, yeah, then you had channels like Showtime starting to put out quote queer content. This was
Oh
before
wow!
logo. This was before logo and all that stuff.
Anybody remember the L word?
Yes.
I hardly, I
Queer
had no
folk,
interest in that show. I
yeah,
knew what it
queer
was, but
folk, and then that led to the L word. Yep.
well, I think at the time Showtime was losing to HBO and AMC. I think
Yeah.
Showtime was now without Dexter. Their golden goose was Dexter, and
Yep.
then you
Well,
had Pedro.
Dexter really hit the skids after the second, third season.
Yeah, I agree. Because I even stopped watching it after so many seasons. I started
Mhm.
to dive out of it a little bit, and they could not catch up with what HBO and AMC were doing. I don't think they could catch up with
Yeah,
that.
because by
HBO
the
was kind of silent for a while until
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
I yeah. Well, I said that in order to catch up with The Walking Dead and Breaking Bad, HBO had to find something because for a
Mhm,
time they were losing
yeah,
viewers to AMC. The reason one time that The Walking Dead was beating them in ratings. They had more
mhm.
fans. So HBO had to say we have to do something.
Started
And
with
that
Frank Darabont, by the way, was directing the series from the first season till they fired him,
till they
Yep.
and
fired
and yeah, the quality of the show really
Frank
started to
Darabont
decline.
was really the unsung part number three of that little group. It was D.B. Weiss and who was the other guy?
well, while all this is going on, like
for Game
we're
of Thrones.
already
Scooney, you're
Yeah.
talking. I'm Trooper. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
No, I was gonna say while all this is going on, we're pretty much into like the late 2000s going into the 2010s. And the next big thing suddenly was dun 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 Incredible Hulk. So now we're starting to get into the MCU.
And
It's
MC,
not the
yeah.
MCU yet. It's not the MCU yet, but we are now into the MCU. Like well going into the MCU at this point.
True, but
So
that's a good point because see what was
Before
happening was
we
what
continue further, and I know Leia Plus Us might will be dipping out pretty soon. I want to ask you guys this because I know I've been planning to do this, but I tend to forget.
yeah.
Where are there any shows as of now that
Hmm.
you are enjoying, like recently, like any shows that have finally key on that finally piqued your interest and you have stuck with it so far?
Uh, I
I
did the
have
12
two.
episodes of Redo just because everyone was talking about it, and I kind of got out of that. Like literally, all my content now it's not even streaming. If anything, it's like Pluto, and
Hmm.
honestly, Pluto has a public page for anyone who like hasn't done Pluto TV. Peacock, you need to create an account. I don't suggest Peacock, but if you want to catch the sci-fi Battlestar Galactica, Peacock has it for free.
Great show, by the way. Recommend
Yeah,
it. If anybody who's a DS9
uh,
fan, you will not be disappointed.
yeah. So that's what's going on now. And that's kind of what I told someone. I think it was like in a Doomcock stream when I was still kind of listening to what was going on over in that channel. I had
Hmm.
said that the next iteration was going to be Pluto TV and Peacock, and someone kind of mocked me for it. But then, you know, in retrospect, I said the same thing about Netflix. Like, I remember being staying over at a friend's house, and he had Netflix on his PlayStation. And I'm like, "What's that?" He's like, "Oh, that's Netflix." Mind you, at this point, Netflix was not
Yeah, I was pretty
big.
skeptical about Netflix back then too, until
Yeah,
my friend had it,
the next
and
thing
then
to
I was
pop.
watching Beast Wars
Yeah, the
on
next thing to
Netflix.
pop, like midway or towards not towards the end of the MCU, but midway into the MCU, suddenly had Netflix. So that's where we started having Netflix, Hulu, all this stuff starting in that whole kind of area, like where now the competition has now gone to paywall streaming in terms of cable channels. So where now I
Mhm.
can literally get all the content I want through the internet and avoid cable television altogether. So like my family, my brother and I, like we don't have any cable. We don't need it. Like all the content we want is always on demand if we go ahead and do internet. So but as far as the shows, like I don't follow any particular shows anymore. Like I got off of D plus after what Disney did.
Mhm.
And it didn't start with Gina Carano for me. For me, it was right after The Last Jedi. I went ahead and I joined for Mandalorian to watch it because I know I could get a month out of it. I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. I didn't think it was Star Wars, but I thought it was at least a step in a direction away from, not towards, but away from the Ruse of Soy Walker or the or the last Raiders of the Lost Ark, Last Jedi, whatever you want to call it.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that's what it's been for me. Like I haven't watched any actual series. Like anything that I buy now, I'm catching up on stuff. That's where I'm at now. I don't know about you guys. I'm literally catching up on stuff I didn't see before. So that's how I ended up buying a pre-owned copy of Glory Road or the greatest game ever.
For me, it would be recently Primal, um, the Blood of Zeus. I'm really thinking so far here because it's rare that I actually stick to a show now.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, that's how we are. That's our,
Yeah,
our viewing
me
habits
too.
have changed because of
I
streaming.
I'm fixing to rewatch BoJack Horseman.
Yep.
Now I talked about it last time, Culture Force, which I'm pretty sure we're going to have to start wrapping up now, so I can get myself ready for that one tonight and have a voice still after all this talking I've been doing and all
Mm.
this exaggerated talk. I'm sorry, Schooner. I know I said I was going to put the spotlight on you, but
Oh no.
No, I'll be very quick. The shows that I am currently watching right now are Robot Chicken.
Oh,
Still
mm,
love that. Still a good show. Castlevania. I
okay.
mean, for however long that'll be on. And I don't know if any of you guys have heard of this show, but have you ever heard of Love, Death, and Robots?
yes,
No.
it's getting a second season. When I don't know. They're really taking a
Coming out
sweet
in
ass
May.
time to bring
It's coming
May.
out in May. Yeah, it's
Oh
just,
my
just
goodness, a lot of things are coming out in May, aren't they? And some are coming out in June. I still gotta wait.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
still gotta
yeah.
wait.
I
Well,
yeah,
because
those are the shows that I'm currently watching right now that have
I guess I'll
not.
start rewatching Love, Death, and Robots then.
Well, because the one thing that's carried over to streaming and also to say like paywalls is you still have now we're not really aging ourselves, but we're kind of showing how much we know in terms of pop culture. Like when we talk about May, we talk about June, we start talking about summer releases. So like, I mean, in order to get the money, you get the summer release. So you either hit at the beginning of summer or you hit July 4th or around the weekend of 4th of July, because normally 4th of July, everybody's out, everyone's doing cooking, you know, everyone's cooking out, getting together, enjoying what it is to have family and enjoying being an American. Of course, now we're going away from that because now we're in cook time.
Ha!
But yeah, because remember potatoes like,
That'll be the day I walk away from that. I'll tell you that right.
You know, potatoes like, well, if you take the mRNA jab and not die, maybe you can enjoy 4th of July with your family. I'm like, first and
I'm
foremost,
going to do that anyway.
That's a good impression, by the way.
First and foremost, my freedoms are guaranteed already, so I can do whatever I want in terms of private property. But yeah, that's why everything is usually in May, because they're gearing up for summer releases. So they're gearing up for, like, say like the whole Veterans Day, if you will. Like that's how this all kind of, like, if it's almost like shopping trends too. Like you've got all these big sales during Thanksgiving. You got all these freaking big sales like during Christmas. All the big sales during it's all synonymous with itself. So that's why you're getting a whole bunch of titles. Like you know more than I do.
Well, before we had the spell, like Trooper, I agree with you. Before we had the spell, the summer season was the season. First of all, you're gearing up for summer movie releases, and then you're gearing up for summer shows. So some of the summer shows may still air. Movie releases, theaters are opening back up a bit. You've got some movies coming down the pike. So you're right. This is now, May is usually the advertising, and then the cable networks or streaming networks want to get what they feel will be popular shows because people will be on vacation, kids are usually out of school, and this is usually the time they start revving this stuff up.
I basically say it more like this. Yeah, we're the 90s generation. Yeah, we are older, but there's one thing that we know better than you guys, than this current generation, is we know entertainment.
Yes, I agree 100%.
Are you not entertained?
Well, unlike the boomers, we you know, as a group, we had to do them, like, in terms of learning curve, we had to do a lot, because we went from okay, mind you, they didn't really deal with portable phones. We did. Like we dealt with pagers, we dealt with portable phones. We then started to deal with YouTube as it was coming up. Like we were being like oversaturated with tech, and it's all like geared towards entertainment. You know, for them it's like, oh, I still have video VHS, and it's like, bro, no one has VHS anymore. Like, step into 2021. Like,
I can't wait to have the one kid who says, he says, I broke my cell phone here. Just use this temporary one until we can get a new one. Oh, but I can only open 2 windows on this phone. Oh, yeah. Life,
it's like, oh my.
Oh, yes, life really sucks for you.
It's like,
I had to flip open a phone and dial a number.
Yeah. Like, I'm like, you realize there's more than one way to get a hold of a person now if you don't have a phone. You know, you can just jump online. You can freaking jump on freaking MeWe. And again, for everyone watching us in the stream, if you want more of us, we're on MeWe, MeWe.com. You can find us there. We all have our same tags. We'll be there 24/7. But yeah, let's say I do lose my phone. You can still send me a freaking chat on MeWe and be like, bro, why aren't you picking up your phone? It's like, well, I lost my phone. It's like, but you have these freaking boomers that are dead set in a way that, oh, I can't make any calls. I'm like, you know what? No one's asking you to make any calls. It's like, use your fingers. It's like, you have a Facebook, right? Yeah.
Oh, here's one.
Send them Facebook.
I got a funny joke right here. How do you freak out a boomer? Steal their phone.
Very true. Very true.
Well,
Wow.
they're all villains, by association. I don't understand this whole blah 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 with this whole, blah 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 accords. It's like, I don't.
Just throwing shade at the true boomer.
But case in point, we can there is definitely a wide berth when it comes to how much tech we were exposed to, making that transition, and what kids are being exposed to now. Now you can literally walk in a store and it's like you've got a kid who's playing on her mom's iPhone whatever version, or the S20, because right now it's the S20, playing freaking apps. That's where we are now. It's like, well,
Nothing
mom
but apps too.
Yeah. It's all about app games now and microtransactions. And it's like, okay, cool, whatever. But yeah, I mean, we definitely had the
What's
tech
a book?
It's that thing on your, bro, it's that thing on your Amazon app, on your Kindle app. So, what?
What's a payphone? They're gone now. Payphones are gone.
We're talking about payphone. It's like,
when the last time you seen a payphone on the street now?
It's like having some dude. It's like having some dude come up to you, be like, "Can I use your phone?" Be like, "No, I don't have one."
You don't have a phone? No, I don't have a phone.
No, I don't have a phone, or rather, I don't have a phone for you.
Somebody can just say, "Oh, I don't own a phone."
I wouldn't even be surprised if they did ask me, and I'm holding my phone out right now as I'm listening to music while I'm walking, and I'm just like, "Excuse me, you want to use my phone?" No.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing now. It's like, oh, you got a phone, I got to make a call. Be like, why don't you have a phone? You can literally go to any curb now. I mean, freaking 44 made it to where you can get a phone right off the side of the street if you really want to. Or
you can walk into a store and buy a disposable cell phone.
Yes. Who would have ever thought you can walk into a freaking phone, pay less than $100, and you got yourself your little track phone, and you pay as you go. So, I mean, when I'll tell you what, I went all out of my way to make sure I got the Cameron Diaz Nokia phone from the freaking Charlie's Angels movie. And you know which one I'm talking about. It's the small little gray phone with a little green screen, says Nokia. When I was allowed to basically have one, I made sure I got one, because I mean, you have to be X amount. Well, you have to be X amount of age to buy a phone, because as a kid you couldn't just buy a phone. I mean, now it's kind of okay, are you using your mom's credit card? Where'd you get this money from? But most oftentimes we don't care. So, but yeah, that's the thing. Even the little ones have a cell phone, and if you want, you can literally just Snapchat them and figure out where they're at. You can literally follow your kid on the Snap. So I mean, I think being a 90s kid and coming from such a melancholy generation where you had films because there was a small melancholy, grunge phase where you had movies like The Crow and stuff like that, and now evolving to now. I mean, we got the best of everything, really. I mean, now we're in 2021, so I can't call her a her. I got to call her a Zier or whatever. But
at this point, why don't we just call everybody what they called Pat, and it's Pat. Just call them it.
It really is. It's it's so that's kind of where we're at with all this stuff. I mean,
I gotta tell you, this is truly first world problems.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
If the biggest problem of the day is assigning a pronoun to a person,
I say that we do shows that we love continued. So I so we do another one of these.
Yeah,
might as well title it old people talking about good stuff.
No.
Oh, wait now. Old people.
I said people.
No. It would be.
I didn't say a specific person.
No. It would be shows we love. The reboot.
Yeah. You know what? Continue the
Because we're in
trend.
reboot phase. They're rebooting everything we saw. They're
Shows
rebooting
shows we
everything we
enjoyed.
saw,
The legend continues.
right?
Yes.
Everything that we were exposed to, they're now rebooting because there's no more original ideas they can pull from. So they're like, oh, let's go ahead and remake this. Let's go ahead and remake that.
Yeah. Especially from my time, it seems like now everybody wants to remake all the big hits from I think the 1980s. That decade was probably the most influential decade ever. I mean, Star Wars, Raiders,
Oh yeah,
Aliens, just
Bond.
Bond.
a
Yes,
lot of Bond, a lot of Bond.
yes,
So my favorite Bond film still to this day, if we're talking about modern Bond, is going to be Casino Royale. So
Me too.
Exactly.
Mine too. That's the best Craig one.
yeah, it's the
yes.
best Craig one.
I
still
agree.
I still have I still kind of like okay with Spectre, but only because it's not Quantum of Solace.
Well, for me, the only thing I really liked about Spectre was that the fact that they pulled Radiohead to do a track, and after pulling them to do a track, they're like, "Oh, we don't want it. We're going to go with Sam Smith."
Oh
Me
wow.
personally, yeah, like me personally, I like Radiohead's version. I mean, had they gone with Radiohead, that would have been the title track.
I'll have to
And you can
check that
find it on
down then.
Yeah, it's called Spectre.
I have a
Um,
soft, I have a soft spot for Skyfall, though. I wasn't disappointed by Skyfall.
yeah, because Nora Jones gave way to Adele, and then from Adele we moved on to what I call the soulful white female. But I mean, prior to well, I would call her the soulful white bee, if you will. But well, that's how I refer to it because I mean, out of nowhere, like, okay, my first exposure to my kinfolk being a little crazy was not Tina Marie. It was like Nika Costa, and she aired late night on MTV and also on VH1. For any of you little kids, you know, we actually used to have actual
Your young
channels,
tykes.
with actual music.
Yep.
So when Nika Costa came out in her video, like a feather, I mean, she's got like this boa covering her mounds, if you will, and that was my big exposure to soul not being inherent to just one particular style. Because up to then, I always equated R&B and soul as one particular way of doing it.
Mhm.
So, and granted, like artists like Nika Costa are like kind of like at that point were rare, but then we moved on to Joss Stone and we moved on to Adele in terms of that, because even prior to that, you had what's her head? I can't think of it right now. Freaking chick with the piano. Help me out here.
Alicia
Bray.
Keys.
Yes. Prior to that, it was Alicia Keys. And she was a breakout star too, out of nowhere. But she stuck to the basics.
Mhm.
So, and that's where kind of, I almost want to say Alicia Keys also gave way to stars like Adele. And going down that vein.
I don't like her music now.
Oh, and well, now it's different. I mean, music in general has changed in terms of what our
Now
tastes
every woman
are.
has to talk about power and strength.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like I was like, ladies, when the last time you sung about love?
Oh, well, I
When the
mean,
last time? When the
well,
last time you
let
sung
her-
about love? Let me rephrase. When the last time you sung about love that didn't involve you or any man being infidel?
well,
Yeah.
Practicing infidelity.
No,
Yeah.
they sing about lust, not love.
yeah.
Yeah.
We moved on to Nicki Minaj and Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion, if you will.
Mhm.
Yes.
No
Mhm.
more Anita Baker. I mean, you got
They-
Anita
they-
Baker, Cardi
They
B.
make these sob songs, right? They make these sob songs about how they slept around and stuff, and still want to be still want to claim that they still love the person that they hurt.
What is it? We went from
But-
Lady Marmalade to Stupid Hoe.
Mhm.
And you can see a
Mhm.
big
And it's
difference.
not just guys doing it anymore either.
Yeah, it
Male and female artists singing about it.
Well, I mean, so we had to while Leia plus size was loving all the boy bands, we had to endure the boy bands. Like we had to endure the
Mhm.
Backside Boys.
Uh-huh.
We had to endure Instinct.
I
You know, it's like
want it that
we had to
way.
endure that stuff. That was the part we were being
The,
held to.
the women were in awe and the men were in awe.
Mhm.
Yeah, like simp wasn't a thing. I mean, we were all talking about how they were all saying how we were gonna romance you 12 ways from Sunday. Meanwhile, I'm like,
Mhm.
bro, I just got a job. I can't afford all that,
Oh, come on. I was
It's
gonna say,
tearing up my heart.
right? Tell me why. So,
little
but
romance don't hurt.
right,
The Youngtown came. What was it? Southtown, Youngtown. That song that one Inspector Gadget song. I'll give you everything.
yep. We
I'll
went,
give you everything.
yeah. So it's like
Had
we
nothing to
didn't,
do. Had nothing to do with Inspector Gadget, by the way.
right. We went from Sting to Eminem. So, so I mean, that was a
We
big
went from
leap too.
Sting to Seal.
That was actually good though,
Yeah,
because
that was
Yes,
yeah.
I did. I like Steel's
the,
voice.
Baby,
I like.
yep,
Oh, I love that song. Sorry, Commander. Kiss from a Rose, one of my favorite songs.
yeah,
baby,
Batman Forever.
like a
You,
kiss.
Right.
I
So we,
still play it today. I
so,
still play it today. I
so we
love
went
it.
from Steel
I
till
played it. I
to
played it at
Lil
my work
Nas.
one time. And yeah, oh god. Oh no.
Right.
That's
The
music.
good
That's
people
good music.
are rare to find too.
Well,
Mhm.
see, and even Missy Elliott was good. So we went from Missy Elliott to Megan Thee Stallion. I don't know how you make that change, but it's like,
Super duper fly. Super duper fly. I can't stand the rain.
I don't
right.
see what's.
It's my window.
I don't see what's
I
great
can't
about Billie
stand the
English.
rain.
Yeah.
I don't see what's great about Billie English. I don't get Billie English with nothing. Maybe I don't know if I've got wax in my
Me,
ears or something.
Ellis?
I don't know. Well,
Yeah, Billie.
they basically say she encapsulates angst, and I'm like, okay, first before you, it was Lady Gaga, and before Lady
Right.
Gaga, it was Madonna.
Yeah, pretty
Right,
much.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much. I
Very
mean,
much.
it was Madonna reinventing herself every time. I mean, it was either more naked or more naked. I mean,
Right.
Not
that's what
saying
you
no.
got with
Not
Madonna.
saying no. She gonna skin herself alive, and then she gonna look like a
Um,
Cenobite.
well, I mean, this point she's nip tuck
She's a
plucked and
ghoul
pulled.
now.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, she is in her
That
60s.
is like that is like horrific science experiments keeping something alive when it really shouldn't.
Got in Living Color. I think I remember that. Kind of do.
Think color,
The
You
group.
can
The group.
do what you wanna
No, no,
do.
living
Live
color,
color
living
in
no, no.
living color.
There was a rock group. There was a rock group called Living Color. They were like these 4 or 5 black dudes, and they played rock music, and they were called in Living Color. Not the show, but the group. I don't know
Yep,
if you guys remember them. I remember them.
I think so. I think so. Vaguely, because for a while there, I was actually into R&B a lot because that literally took over the airwaves right before freaking boy bands and girl pop became a thing. So
We'll shelve that talk for another Tuesday.
oh yeah, no, for real, dude.
Sure.
I guess it's time to wrap it up, and let me get into Culture Fortress later on. So that being said, that's funny how Leia Plus has lasted with us for 4 hours this time around. I guess she didn't have to cook food tonight.
I had to. Well, I had
Anyways,
to.
would you say, Leia?
Well, I had some technical difficulties, so I have to disappear for a while. But the food is cooking. In fact, as soon as I get off, it will be time to chow.
All right, nice. So, what I was gonna say was I'd like to thank everybody for attending, and specifically Leia Plus Size. I'd like to thank you for soldiering on for as long as you did, despite the difficulties stacked against you. I'd like to thank Schooner Tuna and Trooper FN 25 25 for vying for my attention. No, I'm kidding. For
Listen to him. Listen to him.
for Schooner regaling me with our talk about obscure shows during the 90s, and for Trooper for giving us unwanted information behind the scenes.
Never unhear it. You will never unhear it now.
All right.
But we appreciate him for doing it because he
course,
cares.
of course.
He loves us. So that being said, I'd like to thank everybody for attending as well. Listen to us prate around, and get into scuffles about age and stuff like that. And excuse me. But just to reiterate for those, excuse me, guys.
I think
we got to do another one of
Yeah.
Yes,
shows-
I think
shows we
so.
love. Continued.
Yes,
Yeah.
like you said, Trooper, we have to do fun talk or our favorite shows, the reboot, reimagine, whatever you said,
Yeah.
remake.
You know what I'd love to do? I'd love to do one. How would we have done it? You know, if we got our hands on a movie that maybe
Oh God!
That's still in the cards too.
Like there
Thanks
would
for
be so
suggesting
many
that.
things. Like Shannon Doherty would not have left Charmed; she would have stayed with Charmed for the full 10 years.
Right.
We
All
would-
right, guys. hang on. Let me get the rundown of what's going on throughout this week. So
Yep.
later on, it's Culture Fortress. The professor is doing something else on his channel. I believe he's wrapping up the Narnia films. I mean the books.
Right.
The Last Battle is as it's called. Wednesday, if it's permissible, if work doesn't call me in, me and Green Line Girl will be rewatching Last Order Final Fantasy VII, the anime that kind of tells a story like in between, right in the middle of 7, somewhere in the beginning. No, in the far beginning of 7.
Yeah, it takes place after what was it? 7. It's before 7 and Dirge of Cerberus, I believe.
Yeah, way before Dirge of Service too.
Yeah.
If I'm not called on Thursday, we will have to postpone it and move it on to another Tuesday. The Wolf Squadron will be talking about deconstruction in stories, so that's going to be one topic to discuss. I don't know if Leia Plus is well versed, but I'm pretty sure that she'll have she'll have her own little spiel to add to it.
Oh yes, definitely, especially after some events that happened on Disney Plus. I will definitely have some
Yeah.
deconstructing on that. So get yourself ready for that.
Also,
Some of you already know what I'm talking about. I'm sorry. Go
also
ahead.
that same day.
Oh, I'm ready to go then.
Well, for your viewing pleasure and entertainment, the professor will be starting back his streaming of Knights of the Old Republic, I believe.
I'm going to have to catch that in the backwatch.
Yep. Friday we will have I think Greenie is going to be doing OG Final Fantasy VII again. Maybe her Sims build of Seventh Heaven from Final Fantasy VII. We also have I think Fanman is going to be doing something that Friday. Maybe Fanman and his friends. This Saturday, I believe that it will be Mappacelli doing Adventures in Babysitting, which sadly I will not be attending because I'll be at work, unfortunately, or at least I'll be getting off work around that time at least, and I'll probably catch in the middle of that. By the way, who remembers Babysitter's Club?
Oh, those books.
Oh, I completely forgot about that mess.
I remember it was you were either Goosebumps or you were Babysitter's Club.
Or Hardy Boys?
Oh, Hardy Boys. I forgot about that.
R.L. Stein.
Yeah, they did a reboot of Babysitter's Club, and it's terrible. I'll tell you more about it later. Sunday will be Matthew Flynn and Troy Pacelli talking about Secret of the Omnitrix, I believe, the Ben 10 animated movie. With the Pacellis, of course. Same thing with Pacelli and H. Boomer. They will be doing their little geek news, geeky geezers. Nothing for me and Matchstick. This bears repeating, but me and Matchstick are no longer doing Sunday streams. He's committing to Culture Fortress from now on. So that's it. It'll be me, H Boomer, Matchstick, and Troy usually, but I believe we'll definitely be looking to rotating out and inviting other people. Last time we had Schooner Tuna to join us when H Boomer was he had to abdicate his spot for that day.
Mm-hmm.
Monday will be Monday Night Muse with Sound Engraver. Beautiful stream she had yesterday. Hopefully she'll have something else in mind next Monday. There is no shortage of that woman to think of what to talk about in terms of topics. So of course I also coincidentally on Monday I drew a special picture of her and the professor yesterday.
Oh, really?
They're Jedi personas in a way. I drew them as Jedi.
I'm still waiting for my feline.
Shut up. Anyways, that's gonna be a running gag. I'm gonna like that. Tuesday, our thing. Let me see what we're doing on Tuesday, next Tuesday, which of course is May the 4th. Oh wow.
May the 4th be with you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go.
Uh-oh.
I just realized that.
That
And
that
we
changes everything.
and rejoice, my friends. Rejoice. We will be continuing our third our third episode of discussing representation versus identity validation.
Oh, I will be ready for that one because
Me too.
both knows. Yeah,
It's been a long time coming, and there's something I've been wanting to really talk about. Big time.
Gotta get something off my chest too. So
It could be
but-
titled. It could be titled Episode 3: Identity Validation. To go with me, the 4th, of course.
Or how about this? Return. How about return of?
Yes, Return of the
Return
Pink Hairs. Yes.
Don Powell's asking how many people can you have on your license. I got the I got a subscription, so I can have up to at least like 5 to 10 at least.
Oh yeah.
If somebody wants to
join our party.
Yeah, join our party. I'm all there.
So Dominic, if you have a if that person is you have a mic, definitely shoot me a chat.
Yeah, because
on Twitter if need be, or mine's my mine's is Wolf Tammy. My Twitter is Dreadwolf Call 1990 or Dreadwolf 1990. Actually, we still same thing. Wolf Tammy.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much find me there and message me.
Yep.
That being said, I'd like to thank everybody again for attending as always. This has been your lovely Lady of Valor, Leia Plus Size.
All right, this is your lovely Lady of Valor, Lady Plus Size. I had a wonderful time with all of you, and all of you be good. If you are available tomorrow, I've been invited back by Daniel Hearn. He has invited me and Age Boomer back, and this time we're going to be rewatching Indiana Jones. So that should be very interesting. It seems like Daniel Hearn is enjoying our sparring. That's tomorrow night at 8:30. We're going to be doing the Temple of Doom. He just said he wanted us back. Daniel Hearn said wanted us to come back so I didn't think so, but we're back together again.
All right. This has been the Schooner of the Tuna.
Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, but has excellent Wi-Fi. This is Schooner Tuna signing out.
This is the man, the myth, Trooper FN 2525.
All right, everyone. This is Trooper FN 2525 from Imperial Occupied Balmora at the edge of the core world's border, asking you to go ahead and just fill in those comments. Let us know what your favorite films, movie, animated series are. What were your favorite from the 90s, 2000s? What you think? What you like? Give us some good ideas. Like, subscribe, and share. And if you want to get a hold of us, we are on MeWe. Again, same tags, and we'll see you there. Thank you.
Also, I'm asking everyone, for those who want to comment, please suggest anything new to talk about for the Wolf Commander and the UN Spacey Wolf Squadron to discuss. Any topic that you like. Even if you don't think we even if you don't think we have the right idea of or anything, we'll try to discuss it as best we can. Don't be nervous, don't be shy. Just suggest anything, and I'll definitely look them up and set it up for you guys. So next time the Wolf Commander will not run out of steam. So that being said, I'd like to thank everybody once more time for joining us. It's been your Wolf Commander, Wolf 10. I am your werewolf. It's been the UN Space Sea Wolf Squadron. And to the UN Space Sea Wolf Fleet, hop on that super dimensional fortress. All right. Take care, everybody. Ow!